morning, everybody. Can I get your attention, please? We're going to make a start. Hello and welcome back to our second day at the Co-op Congress. Happy International Day of the Co-operatives. Woohoo! And a very special welcome to our Youth Summit delegates who are joining us today and will be feeding back to us in the end session about what they've achieved at the summit. The future is theirs. So, should we just have a quick look back at what we did yesterday?
Across time.
So please do visit if you've not had chance. All upstairs today. It's our 4th edition of this event, and a huge thanks to the Cooperative Bank again for their ongoing support for the Youth Summit. Of course, at Co-op Group as well, who've been really, really supportive of our young people. We'll run through this morning's programme shortly, but first, as it's the International Day of Cooperatives, we have 2 very special guests. Bastien Sibyl from Co-op FR with La Flamme, and Jeroen Douglas, Director General of the International Cooperative Alliance. We'll be welcoming them to the stage shortly, but first...
Across time zones and borders, more than 1 billion people on Earth are part of something shared. Not just consumers, but producers, workers, residents and sellers choose cooperatives every day. In the Philippines, Quena's morning is already in motion. Her morning coffee and breakfast are all local products from local cooperative enterprises. This is where Quena usually buys her lunch and groceries. Meanwhile in Tanzania, Mshingani's day just started. Mshingani walks through Lindi as the town wakes up, passing many familiar faces. Like many in the small town of Lindi, he starts his day with a quiet sense of purpose, knowing his work contributes to something greater than himself. Mshingani is a clerk at Nolele Agricultural Marketing Cooperative Society, where local farmers bring their sesame harvests to be weighed, recorded, and fairly sold to wider markets. But his role goes beyond the ledger. It's a quiet act of service to the community that raised him. In Europe, we meet Yas in Malta. Yas runs a language and interpretation cooperative that supports migrants in her community every day. Today, Yas has several meetings. In one of them, the team will discuss plans for the cooperative's annual investments. Every decision is made through one person, one vote, a core principle of cooperatives all around the world. On the other side of the world, in Argentina, Nicholas just arrived at his job. He's a professor of cooperative law, guiding new generations who believe in solidarity and shared responsibility. But his commitment goes beyond the classroom. He lives cooperation in every part of his life. Through his work, Nicholas brings to life a key cooperative principle: education. Creating spaces where people learn together and helping cooperatives grow stronger across his country and region. Even as daylight fades, cooperation doesn't stop. Kayana visits her youth laboratory co-op, where young people are learning, sharing, and creating to inspire others, growing through knowledge and purpose. Later, she helps a fellow member manage his savings, showing how cooperatives empower their members economically and shape their futures. This is the spirit of cooperation, alive in every moment. Across town, young people learn and work building their future by sharing knowledge and through collective ownership. Whether it's transport, retail, care, energy, agriculture, banking, or any of the other crucial areas, co-operators and their cooperatives keep daily life going. From Cebu to Lindi, Valletta to Bahia Blanca, cooperatives are always moving, always building, always there. Different days, different stories, but one shared journey. We don't always see it, but it's there, in the connections, the actions, the people. Cooperatives exist to answer members' needs and aspirations. Cooperatives connect us. The 3 million cooperatives are everywhere, building fairer futures from sunrise to sunset. Cooperatives are building a better world.
So can I welcome to the stage today to light the cooperative flame, Sebastian and Jerome.
Dear Rose Marley, dear Joan Douglas, and dear all, I mean, this is such a beautiful day. We are all together for this International Cooperative Day. I'm so glad to be here with you today. So, on the behalf of Jérôme Sadier, who could not be here today, but who is the president of the French Co-op movement, I am so happy and proud to bring to you the cooperative flame. So happy and proud, first of all, because we French Co-op movement feel deeply related to the cooperation history. And this history is rooted here in Rochdale. So this is a great proudness for us to be with you. And I think that this shared history is something that is very important in between our two countries. So let's rely on that. And second of all, because we feel deeply connected to the international co-op movement that is sustained and shaped by the ACA. So I'm very glad that we can share that with you today. So this flame that you're gonna witness the raising up in like 1 minute has been raised up in every part of France, every town, every villages, and it brings to you the light of our 22,000 cooperatives. It's made of 400 wires, 400 wires symbolizing our diversity, because co-op movement is something diverse, but also our unity, because all these wires are put together because there is a strong solidarity in between our organizations. So this is a symbolic but so sincere contribution to what ties us all. That is a certain vision of cooperation, and that is the strong confidence in its capacity to build a better world. So, Jérôme, it's an honor for me to raise this flame with you today. My honor too. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Good. Thank you very much. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
So yes, happy International Cooperatives Day. A big applause for our International Cooperatives Day, please. And this lovely gesture from our French cooperators, bringing all the way this flame to the birthplace of co-ops here in Rochdale. So I've been asked to give you my impressions of the last 5 days because the Co-ops UK Congress is just 2 more days to a larger week we've had. And I think it's worthwhile to share you my words on what we have been witnessing. So I'm the Director General of the International Cooperative Alliance. You know that. We are actually this year celebrating our 130th anniversary. The first day of the International Cooperative Alliance was in London because co-ops were already in all the continents, just emerging in Africa, already a few years in Asia, in Europe already 50 years around, and in the Americas also around, and people said we need to create one united umbrella, the International Cooperative Alliance. There were 4 reasons why the ICA was created. One is indeed, as the flame shows, to be united in diversity. 2 is we need to have one clear space for education, communication and information on the entire movement. 3 is the ICA operates as the custodian of our statement of cooperative identity, which is the sum, as we know, of our values, our ethical values, and our well-known 7 principles. The first version you can find in Tote Lane. It has evolved a little bit, but in the core it's still the same. And the last reason why the ICA was created is to encourage trade among co-ops. I think we can do better there, and I hope to tell you what we have been doing over the last few days in order to give some power to that. So on Monday, we were in the important building, the museum, gathering for the first time as a group that builds the Cooperative Cultural Heritage Program. It's a few months back that the ICA board adopted a proposal so kindly sponsored and supported by our Brazilian friends, OCB, to develop finally a global map where all the cradles of inspiration will come together, the undisputed cradles of co-ops. So we hope to launch this beautiful cooperative cultural heritage program, tangible, intangible, educational, during our next great big meeting of the board in Brazil in early November. So that was only on the Monday. I joined the afternoon with ICAO, which is our agricultural forum, to discuss the new partnership that we are building with regenerative agriculture, which is a great solution for many farmers working in co-ops to become, rather than being a climate victim, to become a climate hero. It's all about healthy soils, clean water, biodiversity on your farm, and also carbon capturing within a community approach. So that was just the Monday. I will scroll rapidly to the Wednesday, not to bother you with the Tuesday, which more internal meetings. On the Wednesday, we had our big General Assembly with participants from over 110 countries of the world coming together in the magnificent other town hall, not as nice as this one, but close as nice, in Manchester, where we had a wonderful meeting. Also the mayor was there to open it. And in that General Assembly, I think we did many good things, but I think the highlight was the unanimous adoption of our new strategy, 2026-2030, which starts with our alpha being our cooperative statement of identity in all our activities. That's the alpha of all our work. But we also now created a much more clear omega. What is ultimately our vision of travel? And that is to ensure that we enlarge the cooperatives and mutuals within the global economy. A social contract for a new global economy was adopted with workflows on people, on data, on advocacy, on strategy for finance, and also on future-orientedness. So that was, I think, a big highlight during the General Assembly. It was followed by a very nice reception through our wonderful host of Co-op Group, We have to thank them. I'm not sure whether there's co-group here in the room. I'm sure they are, so I think they deserve an applause. So it's the team of Shireen Kouri-Hack who has done a fantastic job to organize those days. Then we moved to the Thursday, and Thursday we had another series of splendid meetings. And I'm a bit biased, but I would like to mention in particular the CM50 sequel, because we are building here a new platform of CEOs of the largest co-ops and mutuals in the world, preparing for the World Social Summit. I think I spoke on that yesterday as well. But it's really a vibrant new space that has been created when we started the International Year of Co-ops in New Delhi last year, where Sri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, opened the event. There was so much energy in the air that sector leads said we need to bring the CEOs together to bring them also to the World Social Summit, which was an ask, by the way, of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres in his video message. So the second World Social Summit, as I said yesterday, will be a pivotal moment. Not only are we there to close the International Year of Co-ops, because then we've been from November to November in this celebratory space, but I feel it's also the beginning of a new era. As I said yesterday, these so-called super cycles, as described by people like Kondratiev, where every 40 years somehow we are moving to a new geopolitical economic paradigm, is really in the making. You feel it. It's everywhere. All the news, the Pluto-populist policies of some leaders with their circus capitalism are clear signs that we are moving to the end of an era. And we are there as co-ops, resilient as we are, to develop a new era. And CM50, I hope, will be positioned as the platform, our own World Cooperative Economic Forum. So that was well discussed on Thursday with participation of 43 CEOs and a lot of other people who are interested and supportive of this idea. On Thursday, there was many more other things, but I cannot continue to mention everything. Then on yesterday, briefly, some very nice takeaways I would like to mention. I was thrilled with this whole concept of end-shitification, which was brought by Cory Doctorow. He did that also in New Delhi, but it was good to hear it twice, because very information-dense presentation. And this concept of end-shitification, which is happening with all those IT platforms, I feel is like a metaphor of how the whole world global economy is moving to some form of end-shitification. And the big ask is, how can we de-end-shitify it? And I think co-ops have a lot of answers there. So one of the things that we hope to achieve, also mentioned in the forum, is the building of a co-op cloud, our own digital platform that will be end-shitify proof. That's the basic idea. Built in a, I would say, sovereign space, our own technology, with our own tooling, with our own data platform, free of all kinds of commercial ads, delivering a series of verticals on carbon credits, on our branding and .coop, of knowledge exchange. We have P6 in the making with Howard Brodsky and his team, and also the new partnership with Co-op Exchange on smart access to finance will all be verticals coming in this Co-op cloud. So that is for me very prosperous, inspirational way forward to work in this movement. Last two things on the day of yesterday, because so many things have happened, as you've seen in the video. The Gender Equality Committee came together discussing their 4 edges of the future. We need to work on female leadership. More women at the top is a guarantee for more peace, for more sustainability and more prosperity. We need to work on better educational programs on gender equality and on other diversity models in the world. 3, we need to ensure that there is a non-violence program for all the cooperative movement. We are building our whistleblower procedure to ensure that you feel safe and at home all the time. And lastly, the care economy is a priority work field for this gender equality group. And then the youth. I know today it's your National Cooperative Youth Summit. I spoke with Meg from Mid-Counties, she's one of the participants, and she said, we will talk about AI and how can we ensure that AI is not eating us, but rather we are eating AI and be future-proof, one of the topics to discuss. So a lot of things have been discussed. The flame is there, the flame is our light for the future, and I believe the future is bright. We are together building a better world. Thank you.
Huge thank you to Jeroen. For those of you who are not aware of the work of the ICA, you should have seen quite a lot of it this week. And for those of you in the UK who don't opt to pay into the member subscriptions for the ICA, I would plead that you do that because they do incredible work. But I'd also like to say Jeroen's an absolute gift to the ICA. He's doing an absolutely brilliant job of raising our profile worldwide, and we have got a space at the Social Summit in Doha this year, and that's down to the incredible team there. So thank you very much, Jeroen. And I cannot talk about the ICA and the work of the UK without mentioning that we do have here with us Dame Pauline Green, who's been instrumental in the development of the ICA throughout the years. So huge thank you for that. Okay, so if you are over the age of 30, please stay seated. And if you could just bear with us for 2 minutes, because the Youth Summit under the age of 30, please make your way up to the Bright Room. Thank you. And we will be transporting La Flamme to its next destination, but we will start straight away. So give 2 minutes to turn around. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, if I could ask you to take a seat. All the oldies are staying in here. Thank you to Bastian and thank you to Jeroen. So you can access all of the details of speakers, sessions and timings of the program. You can scan the QR code. Just to remind people again, if you're a Spanish speaker and you need translation, then if you go over to the marquee just outside, then there's full translation in the marquee. So coming up in the main hall, we've got a session, Communities Reclaiming Control Through Cooperation, with a very special guest, Patrick Grant. Anyone who was at the retail conference knows we've got some good value coming. No raffle today, though. So, at the request of Andy Burnham, we've also got a session to explore the Japanese wish poem, Osaka and Greater Manchester, twin cities of cooperation. That's in the council chamber just through there. So, to get going, I'm pleased to welcome John Robb, who'll introduce this morning's first session, Communities Reclaiming Control Through Cooperation. Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you. So I guess one of the most important things about the co-op movement, as somebody's on the outside of it looking in, is the idea of the grassroots and doing it yourself and doing it together and getting things done instead of waiting for permission to do things, which really chimes my youth as a punk rocker. So we're going to have a panel talk about that with people, lots of different fields, overlaps. But first, Patrick Grant's going to do us a little talk about community and grassroots and getting things done from the bottom up, which I think all the best stuff gets done from. So over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Morning, everybody. Delighted to be here in this quite extraordinary hall. I mean, thinking about getting stuff done. Imagine being here at the start of this build and thinking we've got to build this thing. And imagine being here at the end, though, and imagining how great it would have felt to have been one of the stonemasons or the wood carvers or the blacksmiths or the stained glass artists who were part of building something so extraordinary. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my own business, how I started that, and then we're going to go into a panel conversation. But just as a quick indicator, does anybody here watch The Great British Sewing Bee? Okay, good. Those of you that don't, it'll be back on a week on Tuesday if you want to avoid the TV at 9 o'clock. That served you well. Does anybody here know my business, Community Clothing? Okay, great. Is anybody here wearing any of it today? Ah, even better, the socks and the trainers. Very good. Well, I'm head to toe in clothing made here in the UK. My raincoat, actually, the fabric was made just up the road by a company called British Miller Rain here in Rochdale. I started my business in 2016. In 2015, one of the suppliers to one of my other businesses wrote to me and told me that they were going to close the factory down. So this is a factory in Blackburn called Cookson and Clegg that has been in Blackburn since 1860. It had been one of the great textile businesses in a town that was great at textiles, as many of the towns around this area were. Some still are. My granddad had worked in the textile industry, and he had worked for a spinner called Laidlaw and Fairgreaves in the Scottish Borders. The Scottish Borders, another great British textile area. And he had lived and worked there through a period of fairly significant decline. And latterly, his job had been as the Borders Development Officer, and his job was to try and find investment in new jobs to replace the jobs that were being lost because we had decided to pursue cheaper clothes rather than better clothes and good jobs locally. So I was very, very aware of the decline in not only the jobs, but the kind of glue that bound all of those communities together. So spending my holidays with my grandparents in towns like Hawick and Selkirk, it was very, very clear that the loss of this work wasn't just an economic disaster, it was a disaster for people's sense of self-esteem, it was a disaster for people's sense of hope and optimism for their future. You know, young people growing up in towns like Hawick in the 1940s and 50s would have imagined for themselves a long, happy, prosperous future in a career in the town where they grew up or one just down the road. The removal of all of that industry had a devastating effect, not just on those people who lost their jobs, but on those young people who had lost their futures. And so in 2015, when I heard that Cookson and Clegg was going to be closed, because the company who owned it didn't think that it was making them enough money, I decided that I would buy the company. Fortunately for me, I had a bit of money at the time because I was doing a very successful thing with a company called Debenhams, who no longer exist. And so I took on the job of running this factory, and I took on the responsibility for the staff, and I had to find a way to make it work, because I couldn't just prop it up with my own cash, because Firstly, I didn't have that much, and secondly, I wasn't certain that that was going to go on forever, whatever I had. And so I started to think about why Cookson and Clegg and lots of other manufacturers like them had seen their business disappear. Well, of course, you know, in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, as a nation, we decided that we would rather have clothes that were cheaper, and so as a result, the manufacturing of all of those clothes and the textiles that they were made from went overseas. And when it first went overseas, the stuff that they made wasn't so bad, but it was the start of a process that we've already heard mentioned on the stage this morning, where the stuff that we have, you know, gets worse and worse and worse and worse all the time. Not because we particularly as consumers want it to, but because the power of those people that make it is so great that they can make us buy stuff, whatever the quality. They're just, you know, they're very good at convincing us that we need this stuff. And so I looked at the landscape of the things that we bought, and I realized very quickly that, you know, there was a great absence of everyday quality in the clothes that we bought. I also knew that people here would, in theory, like to support companies down the road from where they lived and would be quite happy to think that their money was flowing into their local economy. But that those businesses that were remaining in the UK were all quite expensive, and most normal people couldn't afford the clothes made from the British textiles and made in the British factories. I also realized that, you know, these factories, like the one that I had just bought, were all crying out for work. You know, they were, some of them, empty or nearly empty for very significant periods of the year. And what we really needed was to give them work that was consistent and long-term and didn't change every 3 to 6 months and didn't leave them with periods in the year where they had nothing to do. And so the idea was really simple. The idea with community clothing started with the idea that we wanted to create the most amount of jobs. And in order to do that, the only way to do that, because there are lots, as I say, lots of good clothing companies based in Britain, but their orders are tiny because the number of people who can afford to buy their stuff is pretty small. So the way to solve that is to make it affordable. But how can you make affordable clothes when you are using the most expensive factories and the most expensive fabrics? Well, you have to look at where the money goes. And we have built a model around the manufacture and sale of clothes that is very similar to the model around the manufacture of and sale of almost everything else that we buy today. In clothing, if you spend 100 quid on a piece of clothing today and you buy it somewhere on what we might call the British High Street, whether that's online or in bricks and mortar, probably only about 20 to 25% of that, 20 to 25 pounds of that 100 pounds actually goes to the people who make it. The rest of it goes on all sorts of other stuff. A lot of it goes on the cost of continuously designing and developing new things. Quite a lot of it goes on continuously trying to find cheaper and cheaper factories to make it in. There is, of course, the cost of retail, which is real and does have actually a positive benefit for communities. But by far the biggest part of what most brands are spending their money on today is marketing. Spending money producing, beautiful looking images of their terrible quality stuff in order to encourage you to buy it. Hiring very expensive models, going to very expensive locations to photograph it, to make it look beautiful, to make you imagine a wonderful life that you might have if you just bought this next new thing. And so a huge part of the money you spend today on your clothes is paying for Kardashians and, supermodels and expensive locations and the world's most expensive photographers. I mean, interestingly, it's almost the thing that the cheaper the brand, the more expensive the marketing, because they have to spend more to make their fairly bad-looking stuff look presentable and desirable. So I looked at that model and I said, well, look, what if we didn't spend all of that money designing and developing new stuff all the time? And what if we didn't spend all of that money trying to convince you to buy something that you probably didn't really want. And instead, we gave all the money to the people who make it, and we actually make something good. And by making something good, the product feels good when people wear it. And, you know, we have a little advert at Community Clothing, and it's a picture of a sock, and it's a sock with a speech bubble that says, "I'm just a really good sock." And that is how we market ourselves. We make a good product, we encourage you to try it. When you try it, you probably think to yourself, well, this is better than any sock I've bought that's £6.30, and then you'll buy another pair. And the other thing that we do is we tell you where that money goes and what that money does. So when you spend money with us, out of the £100 that you spend, about £65 of it goes to the people who are actually making it. The farmers who grow the fibre or who look after the sheep, the spinners, the weavers, the dyers, most of whom are within an hour or two of where we're sitting today. We work with 54 factories in the UK today, and we make a good number of good quality everyday clothes. And we're called Community Clothing for two reasons. Firstly, we're called Community because we are made within your community, and we are a community of like-minded individuals who want to do things differently. And we're called Clothing because what we make is clothing, not fashion. And in my mind, clothing is something that has an enduring value, that forms a permanent part of the way we live. I am a fan of fashion, but we need a bit of fashion and we need a bit of clothing. And nobody in the world today makes clothing. They all make fashion. And we started off in 2016 with a crowdfunder, and earlier this year we ran another crowdfunder. And I think that is important because essentially we are owned by the people who care most about what we're trying to do. So I don't have very long, and I can't tell you a long and sad story about being owned by a private equity company, but suffice it to say, it wasn't a good experience. And I think the important thing about what we are trying to do is that what we put first is the creation of good jobs. What we put second is the creation of good, affordable clothes, and everything else becomes a secondary consideration. And in 2016, I just decided to do it. We didn't have any money. We didn't have, we didn't have deep pockets. We just got on and did it. And I think we have proven over the now 9 years that we've been going that there is a great appetite for businesses that do things that are good for their communities and tangentially, in our case, for the planet. And I think what I'd like to just leave you with before I go and join the panel is the idea that the status quo in terms of business is the thing we are always told is the way things have to be done. You know, we are told that business has to work in a certain way. We're told, every clothing business is told that it has to keep growing, that it has to make big profits. And what we've proven is that, you can be incredibly successful on an incredibly tiny margin if you set your sights differently. So that's what I want to leave you with as I go to join the panel. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Patrick. I think there's both a brilliant deconstruction of disaster capitalism and an inspirational model of what you can do about it from the grassroots up, which actually feeds very nicely into the panel itself. So I think what we'll do to start with is just say who you are and what your project is, then we'll come back and deconstruct that. So starting at that end, yeah.
Okay, so I'm Marianne Heaslip. I'm the technical director at an organisation called People Powered Retrofit, and our main purpose is to help people to retrofit their homes, to know what they're going to do to get the best out of it and to actually get on with it and do it, because it's definitely a problem that if we rely on everyone being passive consumers, we won't achieve what we need to. So.
Great. Rodri?
Oh, hi. Rodri Evans. I'm a chair of a community-owned pub in Nevin, North Wales. We've been open about 4 years. We've been going as a committee for about 7. So, yeah, the main thing was it's a small town in rural North Wales, and the pub that we bought basically as a community had been empty for about a decade. And so it's worked out as a sort of a community-led piece of regeneration, I guess.
Amy, yeah.
Hi, I'm Amy Hall, and I'm a co-editor at New Internationalist. So we're an independent media co-op owned by our readers and run by our workers.
Matthew.
And I'm Matthew Oatridge. I'm the COO of Music Venue Properties, who acts as a benevolent landlord to grassroots music venues.
So start with you, Matthew. So I guess the topic here is taking, instead of being like passive consumers, it's taking back control of our stuff, really, innit? Which is what we talked about before. And the idea, the venues, they've had problems over the years, and instead of like waiting for someone else to sort it out, you sort it out yourself. And is that the kernel of the organisation you're part of, the Music Venue Trust?
Yeah, so Music Venue Properties was, as you say, established by Music Venue Trust. Music Venue Trust itself is a charity that seeks to protect, secure, and improve grassroots music venues across the UK. It formed in 2014, and its main goal at that point, in fact, the reason why it's called the Music Venue Trust, was to become the national trust for music venues. That was because they'd carried out a report that had showed that the principal threat to the grassroots music venue sector was the commercial ownership of the buildings from which grassroots music venues operate, because quite often those owners of those buildings do not have interests that align with the community operators of the music venues. Obviously there's rent, there's everything else, but the main issue was that over 90% of the sector had a commercial landlord, and out of those 90%, the average lease, average amount of tenure they had left on their lease was 18 months. So they couldn't really do anything to strategize for the future, to plan for the future. So Music Venue Trust, this is, of course, against a backdrop of 20 years of music venues shutting. I'm sure you played many of those music venues yourself and seen them shut.
I closed most of them personally.
Yeah, well, they should have really recognized that you were the principal threat, but it would have been easier that way. But yeah, so they then spent the next 6 years effectively just trying to address what these, the economic model of these music venues, and weren't able to launch straight into this idea. And then something happened in March 2020. I can't remember what it was. Some sort of global.
Plague.
Yeah, that was it, the Great Plague. And that threw together some interesting opportunities. My venue, I ran at the same time a music venue. I was part of the Music Venue Trust as a music venue exchange in Bristol. In 2018, we had undertaken a community ownership campaign, which we were successful with. We had 400 members. We raised £300,000. And I happened to join Music Venue Trust at this time. A bunch of us, including my colleague Chris over here, venue operators around the country, all came together to sort of fight this fight to help keep music venues open.
There's a key word there, together, isn't it? Because for years, the venues have been in isolation. Like I said, it could be easily picked on by property developers, etc. But when the venues came together and worked cooperatively and worked as en masse, that made a big difference, didn't it?
Indeed, yeah. And this opportunity that arose was suddenly there was a bigger team, and I had this experience that I brought to Music Venue Trust and said, hey, why don't we try what we did at the Exchange, but on this much broader scale of trying to buy these venues. I know that was your aim. You haven't got around to it yet, but this is the time to do it. And I think a few things married. There was me bringing that idea to the table, but also I feel like Music Venue Trust's popularity or their profile grew a lot during that pandemic. They were being sort of on all the BBC articles and when people were talking about music venues. And I guess crucially, people were offered a glimpse of what their life would be like without music venues as well. So there was all of these little things that aligned. So fast forward a couple of years, we set up Music Venue Properties as a charitable community benefit society. A year later in 2023, in fact, there's some slides. I don't know if you want to put the first slide up, which was
get a little fancy on the tech front.
Yeah. So in 2023, 2022, we launched our share offer. A year later, we'd raised 2.3 million, which ballooned to 2.8 million because the community shares helped to sort of leverage other sort of finance. There you go, there's the timeline.
Yeah.
And then we started the process of buying some venues, and we've bought 5 thus far. That's the Snug in Atherton, the Ferret in Preston, which Patrick is the biggest cotton factory in Lancashire. No, the oldest.
Yeah.
The oldest, so I thought I'd mention that to you. The Bunkhouse in Swansea, the Buckenhorn Dover, I'm just reading from the list now, and Le Pub in Newport. And crucially, when we buy these venues, we're not seeking to operate them, that's not what we're about. We're just there to remove the commercial landlords. So the community operators are still operating them. We put in place what's called a cultural lease. The cultural lease means that they have affordable rent, more importantly, security of tenure. They have a 25-year lease. And there's lots of other ways that we will support them, whether that's through grant funding applications, best practice, et cetera, and just giving them a more secure, resilient economic model. So that's where we've got to so far. As you can see, the last thing on this page is that we've just launched a second share offer, focusing on another 7 music venues. I don't know if we can put on the next slide, perhaps. Actually, I think the next slide just shows how we leverage the community share finance to raise others.
So it's about taking control of the grassroots, and it's so it's trying to get around the bureaucracy. Some of the bigger councils that are less keen on music, the property developers. It's about trying to own our stuff, really, isn't it? Which is the theme. I think it's quite a common theme here today.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's addressing the principal reason of why music venues close, but also the fact that we're there mitigates another risk, which is potentially that an operator might decide that they've come to the end of doing it. And then who's better placed than an organization that's got the links to Music Venue Trust, that has 850 members to then bring another music venue operator back into the community. So
can I say, so what's really interesting to me about this is that there are weird parallels with what has happened in the clothing industry. So in the 1880s, at the sort of peak of British textiles, almost all of the clothing businesses, textile businesses in this region, so in Lancashire, 80% of the clothing businesses in Lancashire were owned by people who were born in Lancashire. They had deep roots in those communities. Their kids went to school with the kids who worked in their mills. They shared all of their facilities in the town with all of the people that worked for them, and they had a deep-seated care about the future of everything that was happening, and also the profit from everything that they did through their mills went straight back into the local community. And places like this were built with spare money from industry at a time when all of those people who were making that profit still lived in those towns. Obviously, today we live in a version of capitalism where those people who own things are almost exclusively remote. You know, the people who own music venues are large corporate property companies who are, wherever they might be located. Their owners are kind of opaque, and they are extracting money from a community with none of it going back in. Whereas in the past, the version of capitalism we started with, most of the excess went back in. And what you are trying to do, and again, what we are trying to do in the same way, is put the ownership back inside that community so that decisions are not based on making the most amount of money. They're based around trying to make enough to keep things going, but the benefit is much broader than just a financial benefit. And I think it's really fascinating what you're doing.
yeah, exactly that. And I think the thing that makes it maybe slightly different is that it's taking community into a concept of not just geographical. There's this community of interest, and I guess that's probably the same for you as well, that there's people in, say, Brighton or London or Bristol, where I'm from, investing in that first share offer, and there's not a venue in those cities that we're trying to buy at that point, but they recognize that it's important for the whole grassroots music ecosystem that there are venues in Dover or Atherton or Swansea where a bit more off the beaten track or whatever, but it's really important that those communities have access to music. So it's been really cool to see that, and to see those, you obviously get spikes in those little communities of investment as well, because those people don't want to lose what's important to them. But really heartwarming, I suppose, to have that kind of community built action from the grassroots.
So Marianne, community, grassroots, this is something you're involved in as well with retrofits. So this kind of crosses over into your work, some of these kind of themes, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think what's the difficulty with retrofit is it's technically quite complicated, or it can be, and it's disruptive sometimes, or it can be, and it is something that we have to do. We have to decarbonise our economy. It's not going to go well, though, if it's done to people. You know, if people feel like it's imposed on them, and if things aren't considered like justice and affordability and considering all of the things that people find important about their homes as well. So it's like really grassroots, because it's like what's happening in your living room. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do, I guess, is to support that people's ability to do either in some cases do the work themselves, or at least understand and be involved in the decision making about their own homes by sharing knowledge, information. We've built an open source web tool that helps retrofit decision making and assessment and that kind of thing. And we're constantly trying to demystify things so that it does become accessible to grassroots action. I was at a conference yesterday at Salford University about retrofit, and it was all academics and engineers and people talking about like highly technical stuff, which is all important, and I am a geek, I love that stuff, but it's not gonna happen if we just talk amongst ourselves.
So people feel, they don't feel empowered, they feel like it's something they can't do or start the process of doing.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's so much of it is, once you understand some of the basic principles, so much of it is about how it feels to be in your home. Are you comfortable? Are you able to afford your bills? And also, people are concerned. People want to do the right thing often, but they are, confused sometimes about what the right thing is, because initially retrofit, I think a lot of the people who first did things to their own homes did a lot of their own research, and they're the kind of people who would happily spend entire weekends on the internet digging through stuff. Not everyone has the time for that, and the way that we'll make it accessible is by sharing good information and making sure that people have information that they can trust as well, which is where the being a cooperative comes into it, because we're not in this in order to extract massive profits from it or do anything. We're in this to make this thing happen, and people understand that and kind of trust our independence. So when they come to us for advice, we're not doing the hard sell on them for something. We're helping them understand
so
what's best for them.
you see yourself more as a conduit of ideas, or do you get quite hands-on with it as well?
I mean, I'm an architect by background, so I do the drawings and the specification, right, and that kind of thing. I have done a bit of my own draft proofing and air tightness tape and that kind of thing. But people can do. I mean, that's the thing. We can support people that when they're doing their DIY efforts in their own home, they're doing something that will have a great benefit. And they won't, I suppose the scary thing sometimes, especially with something as important as your own home, is you don't want to do something that causes damage as well, which there have been, and not far from here, examples of kind of top-down retrofit schemes that have been done to people and done badly and gone badly wrong and caused damage to people's health and people's homes. So we're trying to make sure that we avoid that, and some of how we do that is by making sense of it for people so that they understand, all right, it's these materials are probably better for my house. I should think about what I use for my cooking, getting an induction hob, all that kind of stuff. But it's because it's technically complicated. A lot of our job is to try and make sense of it for normal people.
Yeah, and we're normal people, just because that's what we all are, really.
Yeah.
And I mean, that sense of powerlessness, which Patrick was talking about, and you know, the mills are taken out of town and run by people from remote people, didn't really care, didn't even know the names of the towns these mills are in probably. Does that have an effect on the community? I mean, obviously, when you retrofit the house, it's having an effect on the heating bills, but it also empower people, make people feel they can have some sort of control in their lives?
I think it's, we've done a fair bit of work in, suppose, street-based schemes or area-based initiatives, and sometimes it's in places like Saltaire in Bradford. We've supported a group there who they're part of a World Heritage Site, so it's quite limited in some ways what they're allowed to do to their homes. So we did a bit of work helping them understand how they can improve their homes so that they're not getting condensation on the windows all the time, so that they are more comfortable in winter within the bounds of what's possible in a World Heritage Site. I think that's, yeah, because it's really disempowering and really depressing if you think, oh, I've just got to live in this house as it is. Helping people understand how they can improve their homes is really important. And I think it's, so the idea of it being, it is something that has to happen to some degree locally because climate is different in different locations. I'm from the west coast of Cumbria. There are certain things that you can't do there that you might be able to do in Cambridge because the climate is completely different and buildings are different. So what we do to kind of support that, we're based in Manchester and work kind of across what I would call the south of the northwest. But we support other organisations who do similar stuff to us. We share our information with them, we share our tools with them so that in their areas, so in like Edinburgh, in Cumbria, in Bristol, down in Exeter, there are similar groups doing a similar thing for people in their area, and they understand what the buildings are like there. So it's, again, yeah, having like an embedded understanding of the area that you're working in is really important as well.
I think, Roger, this is sort of similar to what you're doing. It's you lived in the city, you lived in Manchester, you moved back to Wales, I'm guessing the town you came from was some town, small town, and the high street was really run down, and I guess it was you or a group of people decided to do something about that.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Matthew's involvement in buying up these buildings, community ownership, it's all about owning buildings and land and using them for the benefits of the community, because if you don't own stuff, you have no influence over what happens in your community. So we were worried, like a lot of, this story is across the UK, isn't it? You've got the high streets in decline, you've got pubs closing down left, right and centre every week, music venues as well. So the community ownership, the community pub model is actually quite successful because you don't need to make loads of money basically and pay off a big brewery, every month. So for us, it was the fear of this building coming on the market and, a developer or a slum landlord buying it, turning it into housing, crap housing, or a holiday let, or an Airbnb. So it was about taking control of that building and making sure, and I think the community was quite demoralized, because all the shops had gone on the high street. I think I worked out about 15 shops and 2 banks had been all lost and turned into housing. And once you've lost them to housing or flats or Airbnbs, that's it. They're gone forever. So it's like the only piece of regeneration on the high street.
But it's done by the local community. That's a very different type of regeneration.
Yeah, so we bought the building with community shares. So like Matthew, we're a CBS. So we're a committee of volunteers, and we set up a community share offer, and we got 500 people to buy 85 grand's worth of shares. That's actually a cinch, these days. There's actually a bit of a movement in Gwynedd now. There's loads of community ownership projects and pubs, and they've raised 400-500 grand to buy buildings, and then basically you then set in motion the process of applying for grants to do these buildings up, Welsh Government grants, lottery, that kind of thing. But it's a really good model, and it works really well because it's like incremental regeneration, and it's like you were saying, it's not top down, it's bottom up, it's grassroots. But I think a lot of these communities, they need help to visualize, kind of with the vision from the beginning and support, and they're not supported well enough, I don't think. That, you know, there are organisations like this, but particularly in England, like the Plunkett Foundation, do some really good work.
So when you say supported, you mean financially, or just advice on how to do this? Because it's, it's not easy, is it? It's not without problems.
It's hard work, because we're just a bunch of volunteers that had absolutely no idea how to run a pub, you know.
Yeah.
And you find yourself in a situation where you're employing staff and trying to manage them. Because we're a managed model, that most community pubs are actually a tenanted model, you know. So you have a committee, and then they rent the pub out, you know, to a. But because our aims are slightly different, and the funding that we got comes with lots of social aims, and, you know, to do with Welsh language, you know, employment, loneliness, that sort of thing, combating all these sort of combating the sort of modern day atomization of society, you know. So we've got to, as a committee, our role really is to make sure that the pub is still meeting those aims, and then it's not all about drinking, you know. Obviously, you know, you need to be interested in drinking as well, and beer, like beer a lot.
It's interesting you mentioned that atomization of society, because a lot of this, well, disaster capitalism is actually, that's the model, isn't it, to atomize everything. But what we talk about here, when people are taking back control of their lives, but in a communal way, not just in a personal way, and this is what everybody, I think, all the way down the panel is doing in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you can't just wait around waiting for the council to do something, you know, because the council don't have the resources or the vision to regenerate. People have got to take control themselves, basically. But that takes quite a lot of, you know, risk-taking and, you know, energy and commitment. Because you've got to learn how to be on a committee, you've got to learn things about governance structures, you know, how to behave properly on a committee. Because it's like a democratic process, you know. Often making decisions is slow. We were lucky because we had a good mix of people on the committee. They weren't just all retired people, you know. Some of them business people, a lot of them work for the council, so yeah. But after 7 years, you know, you lose people. We've had 3 managers, you know, so we've had 2 chefs. But the turnover of the pub is trebled basically in 4 years, you know, so.
All the different skill sets that people bring to it is very much part of what makes a cooperative situation great, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is the people who were on the committee have gone on to work in the sector and be employed in the sector in supporting other community projects, because they know how to do it now, you know.
So it's a catalyst.
Yeah,
well.
totally. Yeah. So. No, it's hard work and it's stressful, and, you know, the treasurer resigned yesterday, so I've got to look for a new treasurer now.
Is there any treasurers out here?
But you just got to keep going, and we've got the best staff that we've had now in the pubs, who are really keen to just keep them happy, you know. But yeah, no, it's a good model, and it's, as I say, going back to Matthew, it's all about owning buildings and land and having control, you know.
Key thing. So Amy, with the New Internationalists, I mean, we're talking very local. Obviously, the name of the magazine is very international, but also it's quite local as well. The project itself, the magazine itself, to actually run it, is run not too dissimilar way from what we're talking about here, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're kind of, as kind of was described earlier, like a community of interest, or like a non-geographical community. We have readers all over the world. And also owners all over the world. So we have 4,600 reader owners across the world, mostly in the UK. And actually the magazine itself is technically based in Oxford, but also as a staff, we're also based all over the UK. So we're pretty spread out, and our coverage is completely global justice journalism.
What do you see its role as? I mean, obviously it reports on inspirational stories and not so inspirational stories from around the world, which pretty well kind of one of the things that we talk about here as well, aren't we? I mean, but it's expanding these ideas in an international way, giving them a context. Or do you see it as a crusading magazine that can make changes?
Yeah, I mean, half of our readers describe themselves as advocates for change. 2/3 of them say they've done something differently as a result of reading what they've read in the magazine. So yeah, they're definitely super, super engaged. I always say we kind of have like two superpowers. One is our global network of journalists that we work with around the world, and then also our readers and supporters and our co-owners. And they've really come together to save us on more than one occasion, to save independent media that they care passionately about. So earlier this year, we ran a crowdfunding campaign to fundraise for a magazine that is coming out next month. And we went to our co-owners and we said, you know, what are the things that you are most concerned about? What are you worried about? And it was the rise of the global far right, what people can do about it. They were really worried about the kind of like atomization of our society. And so we fundraised off the back of that. We raised £59,000 for a magazine on that topic. Which will come out next month, and will also kind of go towards keeping our journalism going, keeping that independent media going, because, you know, we were looking around us, so many people were being shut down, so many medias being bought up, scaling back what they're doing, and, you know, as independent media that doesn't have corporate advertisers, that doesn't have kind of a billionaire backer behind us, we really, really rely on our community to support us, and most of our income comes from magazine subscriptions.
So it's quite unique, really, for a magazine or a media thing, isn't it? Because I guess most magazines, they have a readership which they sort of play to a bit because that's their audience. But your readership actually is almost, not completely, but part of the editorial.
Yeah, so they have a say in kind of what we cover every year. We have an AGM. We give them the opportunity to vote on the topics that they most want to see. There's some of the covers of our magazines there. We do kind of an in-depth look at a topic in every magazine. So our current magazine, for example, is about the United Nations, asking is it still fit for purpose? And all of these topics that we cover have been kind of voted on by our readers, and that we know what they really want to read about, basically, and what they care about.
So even though it's a smallish magazine, you know, compared to like, you know, huge media conglomerates, it does have an effect, doesn't it? It does, you know, it brings the ideas, platforms them, and gets stuff out there.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you know, we compare it to like the rest of the national media. So in the UK, 90% of national newspapers are controlled by just 3 companies, whereas we're controlled by 4,600 people around the world. So it's kind of like, yeah, we're basically doing things complete opposite. We're run by our workers. We basically run like a worker co-op. We were started to be a worker co-op in the 1980s. So it is a very different way of doing media, but it's also one that our readers really, really care about, and have turned out to support us again and again to keep that journalism going. And they say that they really trust us because of that independence as well.
So would you actually look at the readers almost as being like your editors? Like I said a minute ago, do you think of the readers as being like the editors in a sense?
Yeah, they're kind of like our critical friends in a way, and our co-owners also really do feel a sense of ownership. Like I meet people, they're like, you know, I'm one of your owners, and they'll come to our AGMs and they'll tell us what they like, what they don't like. They'll write to us. We have a common council of co-owners, so they're people who are more involved in the magazine. They'll go through the magazine. They'll send us all their feedback. They've started now reader groups where readers can come and talk about the magazine and that kind of thing. So yeah, they're definitely part of our team, but we still have our like editorial independence, which is really, really important to us and always has been.
So in a way, it's a brilliant model, isn't it? Because people are providing you ideas to write about, and it's not like you have an editorial meeting and no one's got any ideas. You go, well, there's 4,000
Yeah, that's not a problem that we have. I mean, we cover the whole world, so
Yeah,
we're never
there's plenty
short
of
of
stuff.
ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the readers also always have ideas. So yeah, no, that's not something that we're concerned about. But this kind of model of fundraising, particularly for an issue of the magazine, is something that was kind of different for us this year. While we've run community share offers in the past, and people have kind of donated towards our journalism, kind of fundraising on a very specific topic to fund the whole magazine on that topic and our work on that issue, that is something that was new for us, and did work really well. And again, it was another opportunity to go to our readers and hear what they really cared about and what they were worried about and what they wanted to see us do differently on the topic to other media. So obviously we have a very internationalist perspective, we have a very global justice perspective. We're looking at where's the money coming from, where's the money going, where is the power, and all of those kinds of questions.
I mean, there's somebody does a magazine involved in a lot of these topics we talk about, constantly, like the way the world has been run by maniacs, basically. I mean, are you optimistic about the future, or is it hard work?
I mean, yeah, I am optimistic about the future. I think you have to be. We're limited by our imaginations. We have to imagine a better future. Otherwise, what's the point? And yeah, our readers are always kind of really keen to hear about what they can do. We kind of believe very strongly that the power of ordinary people coming together to change things, whether that be here or anywhere in the world, and that is exactly the kind of stories that we cover. And so yeah, I'm always feel optimistic because there's always people doing amazing things all over the world, and we're kind of just managing to bring those stories together and to tell those stories and to help people feel connected to what's happening.
Yeah, it's not like the big headlines. It's not the rubbish that Donald Trump's speaking on True Social. It's basically people in the local communities making change themselves and not waiting for things to happen like everybody on this panel today.
Yeah, exactly. And also, how has Donald Trump got to that point? What is the journey that came to? We did a magazine about Palestine in the summer of 2023, which sold pretty well, but then after the 7th of October completely sold out because people were just desperate to know what is happening, like why is this happening and what is the history, and we had to print more of them for that reason because people just don't get that context in the news.
Brilliant. So we've got time for a couple of questions from the floor. I know everyone's tired, haven't they? Been partying last night, but there should be 2 questions out there in 200 people. So who's going to go first? Yeah. Come on, it's like an auction. Oh, question from the front.
Yeah, there's been a bit of discussion about councils and government, and do you see that local and national government are they friends, are they allies, or are they, as was discussed yesterday, a bit in the way, and people we have to get over?
I think, Marianne, would that be one for you? Would you think government gets in the way? Sometimes, not always. Don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, well, I think there's been a bit of an issue over the last 15 years or so where a lot of the solutions that have been presented in the field that I'm working in have been very market-based. And with something like the energy company obligation, which people might not know, but basically we make the big energy companies pay for energy efficiency works. And it's a little bit like putting the fox in charge of the hen house. It doesn't really stack up. So I think that kind of assumption that the market will solve it has been there for the last however long. And then alongside that, a lot of the local authorities, there are good officers and people trying to do things in them, but they're massively under-resourced. So it's difficult for them to do very much. We'll see what happens with there's a warm homes plan coming in the autumn, apparently, so we'll see. I think there is a bit of a shift, but in the meantime, we're going to carry on. Yeah, and carry on building. So we have had, I should say, we've had some support from the government to develop a project which hopefully will become something that's longer term, working with credit unions, because one of the barriers that people face is paying for, their loft insulation or their new windows or whatever. So working with credit unions, who are another form of cooperative, people can then get a loan from their local credit union to pay to do some of this work. So we have had some support, but yeah, I'd say patchy is...
I mean, patchy can mean, does it make any difference to what you do? Or you just operate anyway, and they're just happy that somebody's actually trying to open an old mill in the town?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's really interesting to me at the moment in all of this conversation and your question is that, we used to ownership is important. I mean, what I'm hearing here is that, ownership is important in all senses. And as a nation of citizens, we used to own a lot. We used to own our railways, we used to own our hospitals, we used to own schools, we used to own all sorts of stuff through the government, but we used to own all of that, and we felt, we had something there that gave us a sense that, we had some power over it. And now, I drove in and there's a paid car park at the back of here. If you go to a hospital, somebody's making money out of it. The councils, in where we work in Blackburn, the council does own a bit of stuff, but the people who look after that are making money. Everybody's out to be making money off these assets that the community owns. so, you know, and it feels like that has been the drive of government, is to find ways to make money out of public things. And it feels like completely the wrong way round. Like, they should be there for us to enjoy. We should get the benefit. You know, why are we selling off wind farm licenses? Why don't we, like, I can ring up a wind farm, you know, I can ring up a wind turbine, I can ring Siemens and say, build me 100 wind, like, and then we can own it, we can all share in it. It feels like at the moment there's this struggle, because I think a lot of people in local government would like to have more control over the things they have, but they're being told that they've got to kind of own less of it, because that's the most efficient way. But by efficient, we just mean, you know, we just mean money being more extracted to far off places and, you know, remote individuals. And I feel like until as a nation we decide that actually we would rather our government owned more stuff on our behalf and ran it for our benefit, we're not going to make any significant change. And I do feel like a lot of this conversation is around that idea that we've had all our stuff nicked off us, and now we're like, well, that's shit, hang on. I used to have a 66 millionth of the railway and a bit of this and a bit of that, and now I've got nothing. I can't afford a home. What do I have? Well, all really. And who's got it all? Well, about 10 blokes that are using their money to send idiots into space. It's like, why, like we've... And, you know, and I don't think our current national government are on this page either. And I think that's why a lot of people are feeling a bit, you know, there was a sense of hope, and now it's like, oh, that was a bit false. But, you know, we do have to decide if we as citizens want to own the assets of ourselves as a nation, because I think that would be better.
I think that's the inspiration thing about, say, this talk and this Congress is, this is taking back control in a sense.
Yeah.
So the genuine version where you actually do it yourself, do it together. You know, it is frustrating, isn't it? Yeah. But all you can actually do in the end is actually
But if enough people do it in a small way, eventually it becomes the whole thing.
And working together, though. Have you found another question? Yeah. Question, please.
Yeah, I'm Phil Harris. We actually own a music venue in Cromer. It used to be the Women's Institute building, but we persuaded them that we could run it better than them. I think
That's brave.
I think the biggest problem we've got is actually people buying tickets in advance and actually showing commitment to the venue. We push it all the time and say, it's your venue, if you don't use it, you know, you're going to lose it. We should have had a comedy night on Friday night, and I was here, but we had 2 people buy tickets, and we cancelled the event because it's unfair to get 3 comedians to come to Cromer, of all places, and attend an event. Yet on Friday night, I was getting people phone up and saying, why have you cancelled it? You know, I want to go to it, but they don't commit. And I think that's a real difficulty of actually getting communities to actually buy into the facilities they've got, because if they don't buy into them, they lose them. We find as well that a lot of these talent programs on the television and everything else don't help as well, because the young kids think that they can become famous and play Wembley Stadium, where going back to when I booked bands in the 70s, punk bands, you got them coming to your place. We have Glenn Matlock from the
We know what you mean.
Yeah. and we can sell out. And we've got John Otway and Willie Barrett in September. We've sold out. But when we're trying to support up-and-coming artists, because people haven't heard of them and they haven't appeared on a talent show, they don't want to risk it. And that's got worse ever since the pandemic, because people feel, I can't go because I might be ill.
I think you have to rethink your model. I think it's, if you're booking things that people don't want to go to, maybe, and they're talented, you have to put them on with things that people do want to go to. I mean, you know all that, don't you? You know, you give the person who's selling 2 tickets a support, somebody who's selling 100 tickets. Maybe get a subscription model, you know, a bit like the magazine as well, so people can subscribe, become kind of like little shareholders, but not the evil shareholders in your club to keep it going and running. I'm sure you've got much better advice because you're from the Music Venue Trust, aren't you?
I'm not anymore, but yeah, I was pretty much going to say what you were going to say, really. I mean, yeah, getting those new artists supporting sort of established artists, but I definitely also agree with you that it seems like coming out of COVID, people's ticket buying practices have changed entirely, and people, you always used to be, when I first started, when I was a young boy, it was all like no tickets in advance at that point, but you knew there was always going to be a walk up. You know, if you sold 10 tickets, you're like, yeah, it's going to be really busy tonight. Then it sort of changed pre-pandemic to everybody bought tickets in advance because they didn't want to lose out. And then I think now we've reversed back into this thing that you were saying that, you know, people aren't buying them, and sometimes you still get the walk up and sometimes you don't, and you can't really, as you say, it's a bit of a risk to go ahead when there's going to be 2 people in the room watching 3 comedians. But yeah, I think in general, you know, the numbers appear to be up over the whole of the UK in terms of people going to events, although what we're hearing on a national level is actually people's drinking habits are changing, and that's actually the model has always been based on an idea that people will drink a certain amount when they're there, when really actually the cultural activity and the drinking are actually should be 2 different things. And I guess, you know, the bit of work there around parity is about, you know, the grant funding and music venues kind of being seen more as cultural equivalents to opera or kind of theatre, and, you know, and I think that is changing as well. So there's definitely a lot of good sort of grant programs out there that will help support, you know, emerging artists. So perhaps looking at
Grants.
Arts Council.
He might know about grants, that could help.
Yeah,
And,
I could talk to you about Arts Council grants.
Also, I make your venue multi-purpose, so you're not just relying on bands, comedians to make money. You could be open on a Wednesday afternoon to do something completely different that people pay to go to. I don't know what you could do in Chroma on top of my head, but there must be other things. You've got a space, you can use it for lots of different things that will finance things you want to do. Yeah, but you put us on the spot here, so we're just sketching you out ideas. Yeah. So a question, how much time have we got?
Yeah, I'm from Nottingham, believe it or not. Somebody has to be. We've recently been put into a combined authority, and the combined authority's got this growth agenda, and the growth agenda is around an inland free port, around an airport, imagine that, and with very little labour regulation. And then we've got this growth in nuclear attack submarines and small modular reactors, okay? Now, we've been asked to look at a critical assessment of a bottom-up economic policy in that environment. And it's a bit scary because people don't really want to get involved. But we've done some stuff. And I tend to think, well, the proposals I've put forward are about education, adult education, with a strong emphasis on cooperation, and public health, to look at health inequalities. So an economy that deals with the things that are going wrong, rather than a top-down approach, spending lots of money on things that people don't really need. So does that make any sense? And the other plug is for co-op pageants. In 1938, with the Second World War on the way, co-operators booked Wembley Stadium, and 60,000 people celebrated co-ops, and maybe that was a big cultural event that can help this. Does that make any sense? Is that a question?
Is that more of you just to say what you're doing, or do you have like a question on it? Do you want anybody on the panel to answer anything?
I'll say
You've got something there, yeah?
I mean, the whole paradox really with, you know, bottom-up development and community ownership, community-run businesses is you start off with these very worthy aims of getting, you know, people in the community involved in highly complex projects like that. But actually, for them to survive, they have to be economically viable, and they have to be run like a proper business, you know. And this is the paradox, because the people getting involved in buying their local pub or chapel or whatever, they're not entrepreneurs, you know. They're not proper business people. So it is a constant thing. And I remember when I worked on community projects in Manchester 20 years ago, most of the projects we worked on were entirely grant funded and relied on grant funding completely. That's all gone now. You know, that funding landscape has changed. So that's why you've got all these projects that are basically they've got 2 years of grant funding, say, to pay salaries, and then they're on their own, you know. And that was the same with us.
So again, what you talked about before, if you get a team of people together, you need as many different fields as you could possibly get in it. So when you DIT, do it together, if you're lucky, you've got somebody who can do each different type of task. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that what you said about public health as well, I think is really important and links into housing, because two parts of it. We always get criticised a little bit for being small scale, but there are 26 million homes in the country and they have a huge impact on people's health and well-being and all of that. So like we need to do something about those. And when, yeah, the whole top-down economic thing, I think the reason that that's attractive sometimes is because you get one big thing and people think it solves a problem. But I've been involved in community land trust projects where that, prior to the community land trust being set up, that was the approach taken by the local authority, and actually that collapsed in corruption and terrible things. And what they then did is say, oh, okay, well, we'll support all these other smaller groups, and as a combined mass, you have a bigger impact, and you're also more resilient and more effective as well. There's too much talk about efficiency and not enough talk about actually getting stuff done and being effective. So, yeah. And I think that's how we at least are trying to scale, have a bigger impact, is by sharing things and cooperating and working with others rather than us trying to get really big.
Yeah, it's like saying before, it's a catalyst, isn't it? If you get 2 houses right, people are inspired, it becomes 5, it becomes 10, becomes 20, becomes 26 million eventually. I mean, that's how all these great movements start. But we've run out of time, I think. So thanks to the panel, and thanks to you, yeah.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you to John, Patrick, Amy, Matthew, Marion and Rodri. We are going to move to a break. They'll all be downstairs in the old council chambers today, and then we'll be starting again at 11:45. We have the We Can Be Heroes session, so we'll be hearing more stories like we've just heard of the most inspiring examples of cooperatives in the UK and the heroes involved with them. And then in the council chamber through the door, the Woodcraft folk are hosting a session on inspiring the next generation and creating a youth inclusion co-op. Just another reminder, the Rochdale Pioneers Museum is open if you want to go and visit. We'll see you back here at 11:45.
to introduce a brand new way for anyone individually to become part of our movement. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, at Co-operatives UK, we are predominantly a co-op of co-ops. Our board is made up of cooperative organisations and federals, and we're here to serve the 7,000 co-ops across the UK and our federal, both our direct and our indirect federal members. So that presents two challenges, actually. One, if you're a member of a big co-op like Co-op Group, it's often sometimes hard to have a direct dialogue with the movement through your larger co-op. And the second thing that happens is that we have individuals who want to be kept up to date with all our information, or individuals from around the world who want to be kept up to date, and we have no mechanism to do that. So we're going to trial something. We're going to enable, so we can't make you members, we can't make you voting members, our rule book doesn't allow that, but you can be member supporters in effect as individuals. So we're just going to trial that for just £3 a month you can become an individual supporter of Cooperatives UK. You get a badge, you connect, you learn, you get advice, you get exclusive resources, and you also get the member benefits in terms of the discounts to come into spaces like Co-op Congress. And as one of our first member supporters, you'll be able to help shape what this community becomes in the future. When I first started at Cooperatives UK, and it was the back end of the pandemic, and I was jumping on to different screens across the country regularly, and I'd hear people who are a member of 1, 2, 3. The maximum I got to is 17 co-ops. That was Vivian Woodell. I'm not sure if anyone can beat Vivian. But they all talked about how you only speak to your co-op, and it's quite hard to speak to the movement. So this is a bit of a trial. So please, reception, you can join. Like I said, it's just £3 a month. You'll get your badge. You can wear it with pride, and let's see whether that trial works or not. So thank you for that, and please spread the word. So you can see on screen a QR code and the URL to find out more and sign up, or you can go down to reception and speak to one of our Cooperative UK colleagues. But right now, we can be heroes. We'll hear about some of the most inspiring examples of cooperatives and the co-op heroes involved with them. Also in the council chamber, the Woodcraft folk are hosting a session, Inspiring the Next Generation, Creating a Youth Inclusion Movement. So I am very pleased, though, here in the main hall to invite to the stage an absolute brilliant ambassador for the cooperative movement and also a very good friend. It's Denise Scott MacDonald, President of Co-op Group's National Members Council, who is my hero.
Thank you, Rose. Can you hear me? Yes? Yeah. Thank you, Rose, for that. Actually, Rose is probably more of a hero. You're more of a hero. You've been amazing work over the last few years to really sort of raise that standard and raise the voice of the cooperative movement. And today's subject, We Can Be Heroes, I think is really, really powerful because I come to conference and I hear lots of stories and I get really inspired. And this panel, there are some amazing examples. And the most thing I love about this panel is you're ordinary but extraordinary. And I think it lines up with the title, We Can Be Heroes. So I think today it should more be about you guys asking us questions. So I'm going to ask each panel member to introduce themselves, tell us what they're doing. I mean, we've got a cooperative dentist, we've got a youth worker, we've got media, we've got housing, and ask them to tell them their story very, very briefly. So I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to also say what you do, but I also want you to give us an example of transformation and change you've brought to the people you've impacted. Then after that, I would like to throw it to the audience and let us hopefully try and have a conversation. Right, so I do have you in order. So the first person, I think, just hold on a minute. I took a photocopy. Is it Lark? Lark, go for it, Lark.
Am I switched on? I am. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Lark Adger, and I'm from West Granton Housing Co-op, which is a small housing cooperative in North Edinburgh. I'm the chief exec there, and I've worked with West Granton for 22 years, and I've been working for housing cooperatives for about 24 years in total. So very briefly on the screen there, you can see this is where West Granton was before we became the co-op. So we were council owned, and that is what it looks like today. So the transformation has been incredible. But more than that, it's been more about the tenants coming together and governing their own community. That comes with a lot of challenges, which I'm quite happy to share later on. But we are celebrating our 35th anniversary as we are the International Year of Cooperatives. We are very, very much tenant-led, and genuinely our tenants are paramount in everything that we do. Everything that we do is about them. The reason we come to work is for them, and we've made a huge difference to a lot of lives, and I'm happy to share that later on.
Brilliant. Next is Glenn, who is a community dentist.
So, morning everybody. My name's Glenn Taylor. I'm Chief Operating Officer for Community Dentist CDS CIC. I'm based in the east of England. We're an award-winning social enterprise. We're employee-owned, a member of the cooperatives. We work, as I said, I work in the east of England, so I look after Essex, Bedfordshire, Norfolk and Waveney. My colleague Nicola looks after Lincolnshire, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. We have, get my facts right, 58 clinics. We deliver 65,000 appointments yearly. The government's new supervised toothbrushing programme, we've been doing that for years. We have 5,500 children in supervised toothbrushing programmes. We have mobile dental units. We've done about 2,000 appointments or visits on our mobile dental units. One of the things that I've managed to achieve in the past year is we've always bought second-hand mobile units, which are good, and the lorries are 10, 20 years old and not as fit for purpose as I'd want them to be. We've used our surplus to buy 2 brand new purpose-built mobile dental units, which are as green as they can be. They run on biofuel, they have solar panels. I personally use them at special educational needs schools, which is very, very valuable. We take care to people that can't access normal dental care, such as that. And a mobile unit being in a school, it's their safe place, it's what they're used to, and it makes it much easier for the parents because they don't have to take their child out of that setting and with all the stress involved, and we can see them in the school.
Yeah. Right, thank you. Next, we have... We have Vilta, and you're a media company. Afterwards, we've got Alison.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Vilta, and I'm from Media Co-op. Media Co-op has been creating content for over 20 years. It was a big 2-0 last year, and we celebrated with a big bash. And we are a workers' cooperative, flat pay, which is very unusual in our industry. We also work exclusively for public sector, third sector, other cooperatives, the Principle 6 in action. So we make live action films, animations, graphics for all sorts of purposes, from training materials, campaigns, case studies to inspire people and have quality, impact assessment for all the kind of things that you guys do. Like I mentioned, cooperative model is very unusual in media industry, which usually is very hierarchical, very competitive, and from the get-go, Media Co-op said, that's not how we're going to do things. We want to create a healthy workplace for ourselves and also make the experience of appearing in a film or creating a film as pleasant as possible for people in front of the camera as well as behind the camera. We were very lucky to be commissioned by Cooperatives UK to create an 8-minute induction film, which will be launched very soon. It was an ambitious task. The brief was to include as many cooperatives as possible in a short film, but also capture meaningful experiences so that people can relate to them. So whether they've just joined a cooperative or they've been a member, and hopefully to inspire them to take an active role in the process. And here is an exclusive sneak peek 2-minute preview of what we've made.
I'm happier here than anywhere I've worked.
Where I shop, I can make a difference to things that I care about.
Where I live, I get a say on what my housing is like.
In my football club, I get a say on ticket prices, so football is affordable for all. Because my club is a co-op, owned and run by the fans, we set the prices.
Our co-op is owned by us, the members.
Our housing is run by us, the tenants.
The workers own this business. In my old job, the boss made the rules, and you couldn't question them. It was demotivating, inefficient, and it made us all miserable. Here at Green City, because we are owned by the workers, we don't have a boss. We work as a team. I actually want to be here. Why not? The co-op paid for my forklift certification. It's a skill I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. I'm not scared to put forward ideas. I suggested a new truck would help, and we got one.
Cooperatives do business better.
Why? Because we are owned and run by our members.
Cooperatives make decisions for the long term that are in the best interests of its members and the business, not just a small group of shareholders.
And this makes our business resilient and sustainable.
And because we own our business, we are motivated to make it succeed.
So when you join a cooperative,
You join a co-op movement that's building a better world.
Cooperatives owned by our members.
Thank you for that. I recognise someone from the National Members Council in that video. It was Rachel. Was Rachel in the room? She was in there. I saw you. That was Rachel. She's hiding in the back. Well done. Well done. Well done for that. Okay, then we've got Alison next. And Alison, I know I was at an event at the beginning of this week in Parliament. Your organisation, Bright Futures, is celebrating 5 years anniversary, and it was a really powerful event. But go ahead.
Thank you, Denise. Hello, everyone. I'm Alison Scowen. I work for the Co-op Group in my day job, and I'm also a director of Bright Future Cooperative. Bright Future began as a project within the Co-op Group, trying to create employment opportunities for survivors of modern slavery. Co-op Group was campaigning between 2017 and 2020 on modern slavery. And we came to realise that actually one of the most important things that we can do as a society is to ensure that survivors of modern slavery are supported into sustainable freedom. And that can be done through creating employment opportunities. We started to do that within the Co-op Group, and we realised quickly that we had an idea that we needed others to join us on to make it sustainable and to grow at pace. So we brought in other employers, including, and I'd like to shout out Mid-Counties and the other co-ops coming to us very early on to support our vision. We work with a range of charities, and the cooperative model has been brilliant for what we're trying to achieve, because we have employers who are there to provide employment opportunities for survivors, but then we've got charities who are supporting survivors, and then the cooperative solution is ideal. It actually came to us, in some ways I didn't want to fight against it, but we worked through all of the possible models for Bright Future, and the cooperative model was the perfect one. And on screen you'll see, Denise mentioned the event in Parliament earlier on this week. 5 years of a cooperative, as a cooperative, and Jess Phillips, the Minister of Modern Slavery, has been a massive advocate for Bright Future and everything we're doing. And actually I think what the story of Bright Future does, and this is just a perfect place that we're celebrating it, that is that the cooperative model is so adaptable. We had an issue, we needed to come together, pool our resources, unite behind a common vision, and the cooperative model made that possible. And my favourite, and I'll stop now, but the fact that we got Lidl and Morrison's to join a cooperative, that just tickles me every day. The fact that the logic of the cooperative model appealed to them and they joined us. So thank you.
Brilliant. Well done. Perry, you do youth work, don't you? 21 up.
Hello?
Yeah.
So, I could talk for days about the work that I do and why I decided to start doing it. So, firstly, I will play a short video that will give you a bit of an insight on my background, my journey, why I do the work that I do. And then, yeah, I'll say a few words after. Read fast. Just putting it out there. Hope you enjoy it.
I see you winning, I'm winning. We all are winning. You're winning, I'm winning. We all are winning. I'd rather congratulate you than to hate you. I see you winning, I'm winning. We all are winning for life. Winning for life. Tell me why you the hate on your brother? Why you the stubborn for corner? And why you want push and forgot? Why you the hate one another? Cause nowadays, every man for himself when the trouble come they run away. When we're holiday, you're supposed to stick with your brother and stick with your sister. So when I then win, you then win, oh. I can be the leader, you be hero. We all they find medicine, we go cure poverty for real. I see you winning, I'm winning. We all are winning. You're winning, I'm winning. We all are winning. I'd rather congratulate you than to hate you. I see you winning, I'm winning, winning. We all are winning for life. Winning for life. I see you winning. You don't waste your time if you think say you fit for me. Yeah. No matter how you try, Baba God still there for me. You they follow twe, they hear woto. But bad news no they win loto. Now good news be the sign for my motto. Now you know my logo. You they follow twe, they hear woto. But bad news no they win loto. Now good news be the sign for my motto.
Yeah.
Kind of speechless. Thank you. So yeah, that kind of says a lot about the journey of the 21 Up movement. And the reason I put together the video was because sometimes when I speak on the more delicate subjects at the start, it can just overwhelm me a little bit, because a lot of the work that I do is built on the trauma within me. So I'm a strong believer that we can all turn trauma into triumph, our pain into passion, and our wounds into wisdom with the right mentality. So with the work that I do, I try and instill that belief system into young people so they can feel empowered. It's just like all of us on this panel now, we're all adults and we're in the spotlight right now. You'd think we will be noticed in the spotlight, but sometimes when we speak on stage and the microphone's passed to the next person, we can still feel invisible. That's why I feel it's very important to allow people to feel recognized. And a lot of young people in today's world don't feel recognized. And I feel that events like today and everyone coming together, it bridges that gap. I was just upstairs on a youth panel and seeing some of the amazing work that the young people are doing, it was just so inspiring and I was so proud. And today was the first time I met them, you know? And my two young people are over there now, Usman and Abdi, and he's been there since, stand up, be seen. I feel it's so important for us to recognize each other as individuals, because we may be considered heroes in the community, but there's a hero within us all. Every single one of you. But you just need to believe it, and it will come out. I promise you. Trust me. Believe in the process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we also have Alison from GL. I also have to confess, I am a Greenwich councillor, and we do have a contract with GL. I know GL started in Greenwich. It's called Greenwich Leisure Limited. So
it did indeed, yeah. Yeah, Greenwich Leisure Limited. So we started in Greenwich, in London, in 1993, and we've been going for 33 years now, and we're proud to still stand by our cooperative values. We work with local authorities there up and down the country. 50 local partners to be exact, just over, sorry. We're a co-op, we're a charitable social enterprise, and we're non-for-profit. So we reinvest all of our surplus into our communities, into our people, and into our facilities. I'm a partnership manager. I'm based in Newcastle, so I oversee the facilities we run there. But I also have a second role within our organisation, and I'm really proud that I sit on the worker board for GLL and have that governance role. And our workforce really do have a voice of how our organisation is shaped and how we grow. We're very values-driven. Our mission is simple. We want to improve the health, mental and social well-being of the communities that we serve. And my day-to-day role is really making sure that whatever we do across Newcastle, we embed those values. As you can imagine, working with so many local authorities up and down the country, the challenge to meet the needs of the community is different. Rural Cumbria to our major cities, Manchester, London, Belfast, York, it's very different. Even across Newcastle itself, the demand, the need is hugely different. 23% of people in Newcastle live in the top 10% of deprived areas nationally. And I'll give you a small example of work we do. Walker, one of the most deprived areas in the city. We run, if you don't know Newcastle, we're football crazy up there. And we run 4 free sessions a week just at Walker Activity Dome, and that's 150 children come every week to enjoy football, which might not have been an opportunity they could have had without what we do and the community work that we work with local organisations. We're committed as an organisation to improve the health and the social well-being of our communities. And I could list all day the impact that we have from, just in Newcastle alone, 1,700 children learning to swim every single week through our leisure centres. Our half and breakfast club offers that we are so needed for families living in poverty. The SEND activity programmes, that's becoming, there's such a demand for a diverse set of programmes across our full country. And targeted approaches to breaking down cultural barriers to coming and being physically active. And I'll just leave you with one brief example. We run a Healthwise scheme across the country. It's like an exercise referral scheme. And there was a lady in Newcastle, 69-year-old, retired doctor, and she got referred into our scheme because for 10 years her sight was deteriorating to the point where she'd lost all independence to come and be physically active. And a doctor referred us into our programme, and she came to East End Pool in Bycombe and was supported by our Healthwise facilitator, Amanda. And for 12 weeks, she had that guided support where she learnt the spatial awareness of the gym environment. The swim teachers guided her in and out of the pool to learn what the pool environment was like. And after 12 weeks, she's now independently back coming to our leisure centres and using the facility 3 times a week. And without the support from our staff making that impact, that wouldn't have been possible. And that is one story of millions that happen day to day across the GLL estate, and we're really proud of it.
So we have an amazing panelist, and I'm going to put Rose on the spot. So Rose, you always said, and if you ever listened to her in a speech, was cooperatives are fantastic because they can provide solutions. And they look for problems or challenges in our society, and they provide solutions. And actually, every single one of you, when we have that tension in our society, in our community, it's like every one of you have an amazing solution that's driven through change, transformation, and just literally changed people's lives. But at the same time, you guys are heroes. I mean, real heroes. But also, it's also you guys are the heroes too, because there's a lot of stuff to learn here, and I want to actually start a conversation in this room as much as possible. If you have any questions for individual people on the panel or the whole panel, please ask away. I think it's your time as well as our time. So I'm going to ask, who has a question? Anyone have a question? All right. We can take one or two or three at a time if you want.
Yeah, question for Lark. When you spoke, you said you faced some challenges that you'd talk about later. I thought maybe you could tell us about some of those challenges. I'm from a social housing co-op as well, so I have an interest in that.
All right, is there another question? Okay, at the front here.
Hi, I'm Glenn from Compass. We're a co-op development agency in Wales. Question for another Glenn, actually, in terms of how can we get to scale, in terms of where we've got a really good model where we can earn money and provide a good service. How can we get more people to take the journey with us? And a bigger question is it time we stop apologising for profit? Because profit is power, and profit allows us to expand and provide more activities.
All right, I think that's a question for most of the panel as well. One more, a woman, come on girls. Is there a woman? We've got Rachel right here.
Thank you. My name is Rachel. I'm also a co-op colleague, cooperative group colleague, and for supporting survival of modern slavery, I remember a few years back when the co-op took on the challenge and so I was championing it. And also I remember being a navigator for survivors that we've given job to in stores. I've seen that phased out within the group, and I haven't seen a sort of natural progression to have more survivors come into stores or giving them jobs and supporting them. Is that a way to sort of bring that back into the room? Thank you.
Okay. So, Mark, do you want to?
Thank you. The challenges of social housing are difficult enough, being a social housing co-op, or even more so. In Scotland, there are only 7 social housing co-ops left, and we are fighting desperately to try and promote that model as much as we can. But without national backing, it's a very, very difficult struggle. Funding is a really big issue, but land is a very big issue. But more than anything else is the governance of the co-op model is the issue with the regulator and lots of other bodies. I think the real reason is there's a stigma around how could a tenant possibly be sitting in a boardroom and, you know, governing and running a business. And it's something that we have done a huge amount of work to fight against, but not only to fight against, but to demonstrate that it is possible, and not only you can do it well, but you can do it excellently. And you're having people in the boardroom making decisions about their community, and that is a real democratic model. And when you see that in action, the empowerment that that gives to people is just incredible. And what it makes, we're honoured to work for that co-op. It's in our blood, I think, and our tenants are absolutely paramount in everything that we do. The amount of times that we've helped tenants out with cost of living, in the past year we've applied for over £15,000 through the Energy Redress Fund just to help tenants with their gas and electricity costs. For every new tenant that moves in to a home, we top up their meter with £50 credit for their gas and electric. We carpet homes. If we go out to see somebody and their washing machine's not working, or their fridge freezer, or the cooker, we'll go and replace that for them. So that's all done through rental income, not anything else. So we absolutely invest back into that community. So to say that a co-op model doesn't work for social housing is ludicrous, and why there aren't more and more, I have no understanding. When I look at a housing association and the big beasts that we have that exist, there is no difference. Our tenants really matter. We come to work for our tenants. They pay our wages, and it's our job to improve their lives. And the relationship that you have and the difference that you can see coming through week after week, year after year is incredible. So it's why we love what we do.
Glenn?
I'm going to say it's a different way of working. So 14, 15 years ago, CDS, CIC span out of a primary care trust. When we were in the trust, our previous clinical director, if he was frugal and saved money, it was taken by other services that weren't. It went into audiology, it went into podiatry. So when we spun out and became a social enterprise and employee-owned, if we made a profit, surplus, it's ours, and then we can use it for something. It's taken us some time to be able to build up a surplus, and when contracts did come out for procurement, we would go for them. And we grew quite quickly, but that allowed us to make more surplus. So you saw some of my slides, you saw the 2 mobile slides, big advocate of our mobile units. We are able to do things differently. So the first slide you saw was a homeless project where we did a survey with not severe multiple disability services, and we were able to evidence a need in that area. Without evidence, you can't procure or get anything funded. We used our money and some of the money from the charity to do that, and then the local authority funded a service for a year. In Norfolk and Waveney, we've worked with Norfolk Foundation and Futures Education Project. We're doing it again this summer. In a 3-day project, we examined 43 high needs patients, 29 had treatment. We've gone to the ICB with the model, and they've actually gone, yeah, you're right, there is a need. And we've started a discussion now about procuring a service using the mobile unit there. You saw the slide with a pop-up clinic. So that's a model we love. We want to get out there, get out of the clinic, go into the community, take care to the people that really need it. Now, that was in Luton. That was funded by the local authority. We got £450 to do that. And if I was to say we had our CEO, a consultant in paediatric dentistry, 4 clinicians, 4 oral health advisors, and 4 nurses. We had 3 stations, 1 for an examination station, 1 which was a fun station for oral health advice. We had a sugar game with pots of sugar and how much sugar's in a can of Coke, 10 spoons. And we had a treatment centre for prevention for fluoride varnish. My finance director has no idea how much, until he sees the money, how much we spent from our surplus on that. It was not £450. So we can do more, and we can do things in a different way. Why the model isn't used more, I think it's different. It's change. It's different. But we have to just get the message out that we can do things in a different way. We can come up with different ideas, novel ideas, and it can work better.
Thanks for the question about Bright Future in the Co-op group. I think what's interesting about the way in which Bright Future has evolved, so it initially began as a project within the Co-op group. So when we were proving the concept, we were focusing on creating opportunities within Co-op group. As other employers got involved, the placements started to go elsewhere. So initially, it was all about placements within food retail. The survivors that we support through Bright Future have a whole host of dreams, ambitions, skills. Much as I love the Co-op group and food retail, not necessarily everyone wants to work in food retail, so we've expanded opportunities. Mid-counties are doing childcare opportunities. We've got placements going on in some of our suppliers, Greencore, Backavor. So lots of different opportunities, but actually to grow and in order to give people the opportunities that they want, I would love for every single employer in this room to join us and to actually offer those opportunities. So I mean, like GLL, so inspired by your story. I used to use one of your gyms until I moved away. Wouldn't it be great if someone like you could offer opportunities for Bright Future survivors, not just the opportunities that, we have available now, something that that would fulfill, skills, ambitions. Modern slavery survivors are not a homogenous group. They've got a whole range of, skills, backgrounds. So I would love to be able to offer those opportunities. So I think there's a few Bright Future directors. Put your hands up, please. Pete, I can see you. Zuna, you're nearly a director very soon. Please come and find, if you're an employer that has opportunities, please come and find us, because we need to be more than the group that we are today. And if Patrick Grant is here, maybe he's left, I would love for them to be part of Bright Future.
Does any of the panel would like to comment on any other, like other upscaling or the business model, or even what Alison's just said?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on, I guess, the point over there about how we scale it up. And I think just to say, I mean, GLL, I think is a proof of how a cooperative organisation can work and be a great model to work with local authorities. You know, we're the UK's largest provider now of leisure facilities and libraries right across, you know, the country. So I think it's a great model to use as an example of how it can work. You know, we've got 11,000 employees across our organisation, and we're really proud that that's a worker-led organisation. They've got a voice. We're unique. We're very different. And I think we've got the power to, we've scaled up. We started in 1993 with one partnership, one centre, and suddenly we're nearly 300 leisure centres across our organisation. We are proof that it can be scaled up and it can be done. And if there is any other local authority partners out there that would like to reach out to us, we're more than happy to have conversations.
And Perry, what about you? Oh, Delta, sorry.
Not quite on upscaling, but more about spreading the sense of mission and what we do. And I know it's a cliche, but I do say I have the best job in the world because I get to work with amazing people like Lark and really meet people who make a difference and a change. And I use my professional skills in helping people to say their story. And in the process, you know, we make these films, and I always say, let's not rely on comms teams, however great they are, but also use our own voice, and whoever we work with, talk about cooperative model. And so whether we're working with freelancers, where we're going out talking to procurement teams who have never heard of cooperatives, just bring that back and spend that extra time explaining what it is and how working with you is different and what really matters to you and how you live it by, you know, by the principles.
Okay. Perry?
Hello again. So, talking about upscaling. So, I'm going to be honest. I haven't become a member of the co-op. I only found out. Somebody breathed. Oh, don't put me on the spot. But I believe in honesty as the best policy. I was recommended at a co-op conference in Chelmsford, and a good friend of mine, he's a councillor of Chelmsford, Richard Highland. He recommended me to Belinda. Belinda recommended me to Shirley. Shirley invited me here. And just hearing some of the amazing stories about how powerful it is and how communities come together and how it's so inspiring. And if you don't come to events like these, you wouldn't know about it. But here on this stage now, we've got 5 people that are prepared to go above and beyond to do their utmost best for their communities with the size of their teams that are just constantly growing. And I feel that everybody in this room coming together as a collective can make such a massive impact. So when it comes down to upscaling, I struggled with funding, but I'm a strong believer in there is never ever a lack of resources. Never. There's only a lack of resourcefulness. If you say, I can't do that, the part of your brain just shuts down. Like, we need to validate that statement. And then it will give you reasons why you can't achieve that. Whereas if you sit there and say to yourself, how can I achieve it? Instantly now, your brain's like, okay, he wants to achieve it. How can we make it happen? And with the whole funding side of it, what I realized was I was doing a lot of work for the community. So when government funding wasn't being awarded and it was being declined, I reached out to the community. I said, the work we're doing is to support you guys. So do you want to support us back? And the support came in abundance because that's what it's all about. The community coming together, rebuilding that village that once raised the child. I'm a 90s baby, so I know what it was like before technology come around. So I feel like it's so important to bridge that gap and pass on our knowledge to today's youth. And yeah, that's my ethos.
Good, great. Right, so We can take some more questions. All right. One over here.
Hi, tracksuits to suits. I'd really like to hear more about that. How you engage with young people, the people who are destitute, people who I mean, it's just amazing what you do, and I'd love to hear more.
Okay, we can take another question. Any more questions? Zuna, in the front.
Thank you. Obviously, we heard from Alison about what she would love for the audience to do here. I'd like to hear from the rest of the panel. If there was one ask to the audience, what would your ask be?
Okay, good question. One more question. Can we have one more question? Maggie?
This is a question to Perry for 21 Up. It's an amazing story. Congratulations. I'm interested, it's a slightly different model to the others, which are cooperatives. I'm just interested in the team around you, and I imagine you're not doing it by yourself, because that's an enormous thing that you're doing. So who do you have working with you? And also, I'm particularly interested in the youth club that started up, and do you have plans to expand that? Because it's definitely something the country needs.
Okay, I'll start with you. Go.
Okay, so the first question I will answer is tracksuits into suits and ties. When I first done, so how I got into youth work is I was in construction first. So when I got denied so many opportunities to get into the youth work industry due to my DBS having violence on it from my teens, it was very difficult. So I completely forgot what I was going to say. So it was very difficult. So what I did is I loved music. So I made a song that was, a lot of the young people, when I was asking them, what's your favorite type of genre? What's your favorite music? It's, oh, drill, love drill, love drill. I was like, isn't it a bit violent? Isn't it a bit negative? And I was like, oh yeah, but like, that's the best genre. So I was thinking, okay, cool. Okay, how can I use music to engage with young people? So I made a song called Choices, which was a similar type of instrumental to drill music, but I flipped the narrative. So it had the reverse concept to what drill music was. So instead of talking about violence, I talked about the consequences of violence. And when I did the video, it was actually Usman that helped me put together the first music video shoot that we done. And everyone there was in tracksuits. So every time, what I would do was I would go to different estates all over London and Essex to try and engage with young people, because I didn't have no resources. So there I had to become resourceful. So I had to use all of the resources I had in order to try and gain my own referrals. I didn't have a source of funding. So therefore I had to be resourceful again. I spent my savings on snapbacks with my logo on it, and I sold snapbacks to the community because they knew what the money was going to. So tracksuits into suits and ties. I feel that it made me feel good. It made me feel good. I was in construction for such a long time. When I put on a suit for a job interview, it made me feel different. I felt like, yeah, I'm a respectable member of the community. And it just feel, all the men in the room, raise your hand if wearing a suit makes you feel good. Exactly, there we go. And I wanted to have young people experience that.
Women wear suits too.
I'm sorry. Raise your hand if you're a lady and you love to wear a suit. Yeah. I do apologize. But I felt that it was so powerful to give that experience to young people, because in this day and age, I feel that if they're not at school, where are they? They're in a tracksuit. They're chilling with their friends, or if they do have opportunities, are they wearing a suit to them? No, so I wanted them to feel what that felt like. So the narrative, we turn tracksuits into suits and ties. Every time we're invited to a conference, a business event, 21 Up movement young people will be the best dressed in the room, because it just makes them stand out and it makes them feel good. And I think that's a very powerful testament to have for young people. So yeah, that's where it came from.
Right. Alison, what more? Oh, well, we had a question about what more can you ask from the audience?
I'm definitely joining the co-op. 100%. 100%, because the amount of support, sometimes we don't realize how much support is out there. It's seek and you shall find. Someone upstairs said, how do you engage so well with young people? And I said to them, I wanted to become a good mentor. I wanted to become an effective mentor. I wanted to make the biggest impact I could potentially make on a young person's life. I can use my lived experience because there are some lessons in life we have to feel them. We can't just learn them from a textbook. I said, I could go to college, I could go to university and get a degree in psychology, but you can't learn certain lessons in a textbook, you know? And I feel like that was my advantage. So, yeah, I started reading how to become a better mentor. I read a book called Effective Mentoring. And what I took from that book, the most powerful statement in that book was, in order to become the most effective mentor, you need to be there for your mentees in times of crisis. So, like I said upstairs, that's when I got a second phone, and all of the people that I mentored, all of the young people I worked with, I gave them my number so that they would always have that network of support. Because say, for example, you're seeing a young person once a week. What about the next day? What about the day after that? What if they're going through a time of crisis and you're the only person they feel they can open up to? So I feel like that's how I became an effective mentor, by, just educating myself, because there are many, many more effective mentors before me, and there'll be many, many more after me.
So would your advice be that you would love the audience to be mentors? Am I right?
We're all mentors in our own right,
yeah.
100%. But in terms of what could I ask, is that, you look us up, and any support that you could give to the 21 Up movement, because someone was asking in terms of our team, and it's been a tough journey, because I came out of construction with no experience at all. I just took the biggest leap of faith you could ever come across. But I'm glad that I did do it, because I know it's not always going to be a struggle. I know that good things take time, and I also know that anything worth having is worth working hard for. And seeing how much support there is in this room, I know that there's going to be an abundance of support for the 21 Up movement when we all come together as a collective, because hearing all of you guys at the front and seeing how much support you're receiving from the audience, that's what we're all here for, to support our communities, to support the next generation, and I'm all about that. I love that.
Right, so Alison, thank you.
So what my ask of the audience would be probably a personal note, really, is to say support your local leisure and library services. They are absolutely vital parts of our communities. They offer a lot more than just a gym or a swimming pool. They're places people go to, meet people, it might be the only interaction they get all week. They're vital facilities for people in our communities. And look up who your local provider is. If it's GLL, then know that we are a non-for-profit social enterprise cooperative workforce. And that's really important. And if you have an organisation that can link in and think you can work with GLL, then get in touch with your local provider, because we can't do what we do on our own. Everything I do in Newcastle comes down to a lot of partnership work with either local authorities, the NHS, local charities, organisations. And through our partnership work, we thrive. And it's local people running our leisure facilities. And that is what the co-op movement is all about, isn't it?
We all, whatever industries you're in, as a cooperative, we're evidently going against the grain. We're fighting an equal battle. And so I guess my big ask would be space, physical space. Thank you, Rochdale Council. Digital space. so places where we can meet, where we can share things, and especially in Scotland, cooperative movement, has been cracking on, but we are very much struggling on having places to meet and talk to each other. And if we could get through that step, we will be more visible and we will be able to do more because we'll be connecting more. So, space.
So my ask would be a difficult one, but I think it's a necessary one, and it's change. I think without change, nothing is going to change, nothing is going to happen. We all sit and we all talk, but we need to affect change. How do we affect change? We have to make people feel important. Everybody has a voice. You have to engage those people. How do you engage them? You bring them together for a sense of purpose, and you make them believe that they matter, and you give them control over what they do. That is, in essence, a co-op. So in terms, just want to say very briefly, the UK government has pledged to double the amount of co-ops and mutuals. I actually think we need to go a bit further. I think we need to ask the existing co-ops and mutuals, do you have what you need? Do you have what you need to continue to grow? Are you lacking in resources? Because if you are, then the co-ops and the mutuals that are coming up behind you are going to meet exactly the same issues. So change is what we need. Thank you.
I'm going to say the audience gets it. That's why you're here. You understand that things can be done differently. But not everybody out there does. It's getting the message across that a cooperative, a social enterprise, an employee-owned organisation can make a difference, can make a change, can do things in a positive way. Again, I'll go back to one of my slides. As an employee-owned organisation, you saw the team next to a clothes rail. In Derbyshire, they noticed that there was a need within our service to provide some free clothes for children. It started off with just school uniforms, and it spread to clothes rails. It's in a reception area, in a discrete area, so parents and children can go and help themselves if they need something. That's now spread to all other areas that we have. And again, so that, Glenn, if we don't make a surplus, we can't do the social good. So we have to make a surplus. But it's spreading that message that we can do things differently and it can work.
Denise, am I allowed to? I have one more ask.
Yes, I know. I can guess what it is.
No, I think, maybe. Bright Future operates on a shoestring. We have a tiny, tiny budget. Actually, but what is most important to us and our success and our ability to fulfill our vision of providing employment for survivors of modern slavery are opportunities with employers. It's not about the money. More money would be nice, but actually it's about how can you work with other organisations who share your vision? I'm sure it'd be great if Morrison's gave us £100,000, but I would so much rather have 100 placements for survivors of modern slavery. So my ask to you would be to open your mind about the resources that are out there and who could you work with to make your vision a reality, and to think broad and wide. I mean, I think it's been surprising to those of us already within the cooperative movement that we've been able to bring others to catch our vision and to get involved with us. So be curious, use your networks and bring those resources in wherever they are and whoever has them.
Brilliant. Alison, I thought you were going to mention your pledge card.
Oh, I was going to mention the pledge card.
Mention the pledge card.
So, well, the pledge card, if I had it. Oh, sorry. If I had the pledge card and I hadn't left it on my bed yesterday morning, the pledge is to work with us to create employment opportunities for survivors of modern slavery, and ask your employer or any employer you know, can you help us with that? And there are loads of employers in the room, so come and find me afterwards, please.
So hopefully you've felt inspired. We've talked about supporting our local libraries and our local leisure centres. We've talked about supporting our youth work and what's happening with our young people, spaces, digital places, change, thinking differently about our resources and what we have. But a huge thank you to our heroes. Definitely amazing. All right, one more thing. We're between lunch here, so go on. You got it?
Hello? Yeah.
Yay.
You can hear me? Here we go. Yeah, so everything everyone's said, I just noticed, is about change. It's like change starts within us all. Like, if you want to see something change what you can do, what you have control of. Because when we change together as a collective, sometimes day by day, nothing changes. But when you look back, everything's different. Change happens when the pain of staying the same becomes greater than the pain of change. A lot of young people that I worked with at the start were very heavily involved with gang affiliation and knife crime. And when you talk to other youth workers, other youth organizations, the reason they do youth work involving knife crime and why they started their organizations was because they lost a loved one to knife crime. So that's what sparked it for them. One thing I feel strongly about is you can't cure death. You can't. However, it can be prevented. There are things that we can do, like preventary measures. Like prevention is better than cure. Yeah, and I feel that, let me give you an example. So I did a workshop with some parents, and I asked them, I said, what would you do faced with a situation where you saw three young people held up at knife point and being robbed? What would you do? Would you intervene? No, I wouldn't. No way. And so, what would you do? Well, maybe I would tell someone else, or maybe I would tell a security. Maybe I would call the police. I said, but you wouldn't intervene. What if they was attacked? Would you intervene? No, I wouldn't. I'm thinking, okay. Do you have children? They said, yes. I said, what would you want someone else to do? Would you want them to intervene? They said, well, yeah, of course. I said, yeah, but you could have been that someone else. So therefore, a change could have happened within you. I'm not saying something so dramatic. I'm just giving you a dramatic demonstration of where it comes from. The change happens within us. So sometimes it's about reflection, sitting down thinking, what can I do to make a difference? Because I guarantee it, if every single person in this room, panel included, made a change today, we'd have a better tomorrow. And yeah, I'm going to end on that note.
All right, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. And once again, thank you to the panel who've been absolutely inspirational and absolute heroes. So anyway, it's lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you to our amazing heroes, Lark, Glenn, Vilta, Alison Perry and Alison, and of course to Denise. So we're now going to the lunch break. Food and refreshments are available in the old council chambers downstairs. Back here for 2:15, please, for Cooperatives for International Development. Thank you. great to see you all hanging in there. I know people are flagging because there's been so much energy dispensed over the last 24 hours. But if you can just hold it together for another few hours, because we've got 2 really important sessions coming up and our finale as well. Make sure you're here for the finale. So welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Our breakout session in the council chamber is with the Woodcraft group, who are, sorry, I've just realised, I think the Woodcraft group finished earlier, but then celebrating their 100 years is what we wanted to say. And now it's time for our session on international peace and international cooperative development. I've been honoured for the past couple of years to chair the International Cooperative Working Group at Co-operatives UK, and it's been phenomenal to find out what's going on around the world, and you'll find out more about what that group's been doing. But I'm going to hand over to our very eloquent host and a wonderful, wonderful international cooperator, Pete Westall. Thank you.
Thanks, Rose. I love the word wonderful, wonderful. If you could just do one more time for me. I accept completely it is after lunch. I accept completely we are getting towards the end, for some of us, a really long week. But I don't think there's anything more important in the UN International Year of Cooperation, on the actual Day of Cooperatives itself across the globe, to talk about peace and to talk about cooperatives coming together for economic development, social development, and to help the planet. That has got to be at the forefront of everybody's minds. I've just had the absolute pleasure and benefit of being upstairs with the wonderful youth network. Debbie White from the Co-op Group has facilitated that. So many great people. And the one question that the 3-4 young people I spoke to, what is the Co-op doing to generate solutions? I've been in Congress for 20, 25 years or so on and so forth, and I will confess, in previous years, not all but some, it's felt like a talking shop. It's felt the same issues we're talking about, the same issues we're saying, what can we possibly do, who knows about us? But this week, with the ICA General Assembly, with Congress the last day and a half, I actually felt inspired. And I feel genuinely inspired, and the reason I feel inspired is because people are talking about action. The CM50 group, Phil from Mid-Counties, Debbie from Central, Shireen from the Co-op Group, and many of our international colleagues were there Wednesday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, and talking about genuine difference that co-ops can make to help so many people across the globe. That in itself is brilliant. But the bit that's really brilliant is the fact every one of those CEOs, and every conversation I've had this week, has been talking about the power of the collective and bottom-up solutions, not top-down. We should not be talking about what can we do in a benevolent fashion to help. What we should be doing is saying, what cooperative solutions can we put in place to facilitate self-help? And that's crucial. It also happens to be a co-op value, which is quite useful. So to explore that topic a bit further, I've got a really esteemed panel of guests. And what I'm going to do is ask each one to introduce themselves, talk for 3-4 minutes or so about their difference. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. We'll try and do this bit in about 35 minutes or so, and then really open up the floor to questions on anything to do with that. So without further ado, many people will read the Co-op News. I'm a massive fan, I'm sure all of us are. One of the journalists behind that, one of the driving forces, Anka. So Anka, what are we doing about Co-op international development?
Thank you, Pete. Yes, let me tell you a little bit more about Co-op News first, in case you were not there for yesterday's session, because our executive editor, Rebecca, talked about Co-op News a little bit as well. We were set up in 1871 by the cooperative retail sector in the UK. And at the time, they felt the need to have their own press, because they felt that the traditional press didn't really write about co-ops, didn't cover the sector much, and they felt the need to have a tool to share knowledge and information. And I think what's interesting is that from its early beginnings, Co-ops News covered stories on cooperatives internationally. So there is a report in one of the Co-op News editions on the first ICA Congress in 1895 in London. And we've continued to do so. So our ethos has stayed the same throughout, and that's to serve the cooperative movement in the UK and worldwide. And as we were having conversations with different organizations involved in cooperative development around the world, we realized that in recent months, they've had tremendous challenges. So we wanted to explore that more and to find out how they were coping with this. And that's why our latest issue focuses on international cooperative development. And we talked to a range of organizations in the US and internationally. Organizations from the US that are active in international cooperative development have been severely impacted by the closure of the US International Development Agency, USAID. In some cases, they have seen all of their income lost overnight, literally overnight. In some cases, it was 50%. In some cases, it was 30%. But we wanted to get an overall picture, so luckily, we were able to access a document that Politico magazine published a while ago, a few months ago. And this document is a US Congress document, and it mentions all of the organizations that have lost funding due to the closure of USAID. And it's a really long document, 280 pages. But we looked at it, we analyzed it, and along with my colleague Alice, we were able to come up with the list of 9 cooperative organizations that were active in cooperative development, or that maybe were not cooperatives, but were helping to set up co-ops internationally. And these organizations have altogether lost $211 million through the closure of USAID, and that's about 30%, almost 30% of their income. But I think, in a way, there are reasons to be positive, to feel positive, to feel a little bit positive about this, because I think what has happened is the movement has sort of come together. So in the US, the NCBA CLUSA, which is the National Apex for Cooperatives, has launched a campaign to encourage the movement to continue to fund in its international development work, and they are in the process of raising those funds now. Likewise, the World Credit Union Conference, World Council of Credit Unions, sorry, it's been a long week. The World Council of Credit Unions has launched a fundraising campaign, and they were able to raise the funds needed to continue working in 3 countries that they think are the priority countries for them. They still weren't able to continue operating in some countries, but at least some of their work is going ahead. And yes, there is also a lot of lobbying done in Congress to ensure that the co-ops involved in international cooperative development in the US are able to secure some sort of funding, but it probably won't be the same amount as before. And also what is happening is some of them are having to shift the narrative a little bit. So in the past, they would have talked about cooperatives helping to tackle inequality, and now they have to talk about how through their work, they are helping communities where they are, and they're through that preventing further migration. So if they want to ensure they continue to receive some sort of funding under the current administration, they kind of have to shift the narrative a little bit. So this is just to give you an overall context of what's happening. Oh, and also what is worth adding is this is not just the US we're talking about, because USAID was funding so many projects internationally, and other cooperative development organizations in other countries have been impacted by this indirectly. And they cannot continue to do their work as they used to in the past.
So thank you, that's great. You've mentioned the word narrative a couple of times in that. Clearly, as a journalist yourself, we've heard some really, really powerful stories. So Rosa at International Supper last night, Debbie Robinson talked about the Malawi partnership. That's a really powerful narrative of action that can be taken. What part does storytelling, do you think, play in this, in getting movement to act together?
I think it's very important. I mean, we see this as our role at Co-op News as well. Our role is to connect the movement, and through storytelling, we are able to connect the movement. And I can give you an example of that, a concrete example. We did a feature on co-ops in Palestine. We did several features, but the first feature we wrote about co-ops in Palestine had such a response from the movement. We heard from 3 different cooperative organizations in the UK and internationally who got in touch because they wanted to support co-ops in Palestine. So they wanted me to share the contact details of of the person I had interviewed, and they wanted to support the movement. So just through raising awareness of what is happening, we can get co-ops to get involved and support initiatives internationally.
That's perfect. Thank you for that, and I'm sure we'll come back to Palestine and other elements later in the session. So I turn now, if I can, to Francesca from Lego Co-op. Could you talk to me about what Lego Co-op is and your role in development?
Yes, for sure. First of all, sorry for my English, I'm an Italian, so. Okay, Lega Co-op is an Apex national association. We have more than 10,000 cooperatives that are associated, and all sectors. So we have housing cooperatives, we have agriculture cooperative, fishery cooperative, retailer, consumer cooperative, cultural cooperative, and social cooperative that born in the 80s in our country. Inside the Lega Co-op, I'm managing different offices, like one is International Development Cooperation, and also when I started, because when I was very young, I created a women cooperative, research cooperative, and I get associated to Lega Co-op, and I enter in this fantastic world, and at that time, I funded a specific tool that is still alive for international development cooperation, that is Alieus, that is an association that acts like an NGO but different, because Alieus act like working with the ICA members, with the family connection, and also to guarantee local ownership. So we are not working with cooperators around the world, but we are working directly with some partners, local partners. So that is something that is completely different. And Lega Co-op was a founding member of the ICA, so the International Cooperative Alliance. Next year, we will celebrate 140 years. But I'm not looking so old, no? Yeah, 140 years of cooperation. That is, I think, fantastic.
We have 180 years, we have 130 years of the ICO. So one of the things which, whenever we talk about development always fits, I guess, into 2 different areas. There is the longer term, how do we develop to get sustainable economies? And then there is immediate humanitarian aid, whether it be a natural disaster or whether it be through inhumanity. How do you differentiate the role that Lega Co-op plays between those 2?
Yeah, this is a very important question. First of all, I think that is very important because starting from our cooperatives that are associated to Lega Co-op, that they are incredible solidarity. So when something happens around the world, they are the first to give some support, some money, some help. And so that was the case. I also prepared some slides. I don't know if it's possible to present, but okay.
With a green button.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, wow. So in the case of Ukraine, so we started with different fundraising. So as Lega Co-op, we were able to collect almost 110,000 euro, and then also through NGO that were specialized for emergency support, now we just support the population. At the same time, our consumer cooperatives, they were able to collect more than 1 million. And our retailing cooperatives, they were able to collect more than almost 2 million euros of contribution. So, I mean, this incredible power solidarity, we just then converge to a specific structure that in some cases we have inside our ecosystem. Sometimes we work with other, NGOs or stakeholders that are active in emergency. And and starting from the emergency to, long-term corporate development. That is the case that next week in Lega Coop we will have a side event, because you know that in Roma we will be the 2 days of reconstruction, an international conference on reconstruction of Ukraine, and will be located in Rome. So we organize a side event where we underline the power of cooperatives, so the power of cooperation. This will be particularly to rebuild in agro-food sector. So that's really another part that is so important to create advocacy, because if we can work together to create advocacy of the power of the cooperatives, then you can find some specific policies, some programs, some funds, and then you have the opportunity to have some concrete action. And I don't know if I have time, I can go for another, but it's okay.
No, you're fine. You're okay. Yeah, no, go on. No, you're okay.
Another example, because I have also my heart. I know that there are also some friends from Palestine here today. I have also the opportunity to meet them in 2023 before this incredible situation. So in this case, again, so we are trying to do some advocacy process also with our Italian government, that is more, create more, is more sensible there in Palestine and not in our country. So this is something that they try to develop some specific funds, and it's important to work directly with the cooperative movement, because again, also in this situation, I think that the power to rebuild a future, the key point will be the cooperatives. And we had also international development project also funded by EU, but the problem was also that we create some infrastructure in Gaza that you can imagine now they are completely destroyed, but we need now to think. And also we were focusing with them about also for the future about the impact, potential impact of the social cooperatives. So we had also the opportunity in April, we host a Palestinian delegation, and together we were working, also analyzing what best practices, what type of cooperation could be, strategic for a new future for Palestine. So I think that also this opportunity creates also long-term sustainable development and also cooperative family.
That's superb, thank you. And there's some really important work obviously going on in there. You also chair on behalf of the ICA, the International Co-op Development Platform. Just a bit about what is the ICA, International Co-op Development Platform, and how can it help this principle of bringing people together?
Alliance Development Platform, I think it's a fantastic, working group. It's one of the 5 thematic committees of the ICA. And we had last meeting in, sorry for the shoulder, 2 days ago, and so that is composed by direct members of the ICA or indirect members of the ICA that are working for international development cooperation, promoting, of course, the cooperative model for development cooperation. And so 2 days ago, we were, together with NCBA CLUSA, with OCDC, that almost disappeared, and other international development cooperation around the world, also considering the new situation, geopolitical situation today, because, there is an erosion of international solidarity. There is an incredible rise of nationalist movement, and this is something that we need to face now, and but also not only thinking, brainstorming together, but with practical action. So we have a strategy for next 5 years. So we just finalize better the strategy, considering the new situation of today. And we are ready to do some practical action. Just for an example, I've just bring on the table one of these action. So we decide to start a mapping of different donors and stakeholders that are, in one word, against the Trump policies, but could be strategic, and also mapping nationally and internationally, all together, sharing and starting to co-project something to build again, no, the international development. Also because, and last thing, and then I stop my, also because there is an incredible impact, not only international development cooperation, because our country, we received some official letter by the USA government to our enterprises that who wants to continue to work with USA, they have to stop with light diversity, inclusion, and equity policies. So I think that is something that we need to be aware, and we need to react together as a cooperative movement, because, I mean, we can make the difference.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Turning to Donna. So those of you who were here yesterday will have heard from Noel, who is the CEO and principal of Climbs, life insurance or insurance cooperative based in the Philippines, who spoke very well and very passionately about what Climbs do. And he's just sat in front of me, so I'm very glad I said that. Donna is here. You're also Vice President of Climbs, but I guess the bit we're really interested in, you're also the CEO of the Philippines educational part. So perhaps you can tell us a bit about what you do.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to flash some slides as well so that we can have a better appreciation of what we're doing. So the Climbs cooperative model was discussed also yesterday by our president and CEO, Noel, and we're actually here supported by our chairperson of the board, just here, and some of the directors of Climbs. So it has grown over the years. We're a 53-year-old cooperative in the Philippines. And because of that, we have also several affiliates, and part of the cooperative business model that we now enjoy, that the 4,000 plus cooperatives in the Philippines that we have already reached 10 million, but insuring, because that's our core business, we are a cooperative insurer, we have reached already 35 million lives. In fact, we'd like to share this. When we were here in 2019, upon the invitation of Coop College during the centennial celebration, it was here when we discussed about, now we're not going to talk about the bottom line, but we're going to talk about the people. So we said, okay, let's insure 20 million lives by 2024. And magnificently, it's a collective effort. We did great because we hit the 35 million people. So that's something that we'd like to share. What's the cooperative, the solidarity, the global solidarity that we share, that once it's embedded in every one of us, then there are really good results and magnificent results, And so part of that was the creation of the Cooperative College of the Philippines. So it used to be like just a training arm of Climbs. It's really for financial literacy. But because Philippines is a vulnerable country, as you know, we're facing 20 plus typhoons in a year, and with climate change, we just had our second or first typhoon this year. So that's really a big difference, because that's how it is right now. And we saw that there's a need not only for empowering our leaders financially, but also educating them in terms of what the cooperative identity is, and also ingraining to the younger generation that there's really a need for them to go through the levels of cooperative management, but still steeped in the cooperative identity. So that's really the essence of the college that we have set up, mirroring the Cooperative College of UK. So that's how it came to be. And we're talking about cooperative development, but in the Philippines, as a country in the global south, you know how it's been affecting us. I cannot overemphasize that. But our strength lies in our cooperative principles. Particularly, I just like to highlight principles 2, 5, 6, 7 were discussed in the CM50. Those were the pillars, Pete, right? So that's we're just a tiny speck in the world's 1 billion cooperators. But I believe as engines of peace, resilience, and solidarity, that is really our strength. So when some of the, Anka, when you mentioned about some of the funding from the USAID that has folded up in the Philippines, the cooperatives for Climbs, for example, we were the first to respond and tell them that it's okay because everyone's here, we are here. And so we continued on our activities, for example, in Palawan and in Bohol. So those were areas that are also heavily, disaster-prone areas in our country. So we can showcase that even in a vulnerable country facing different climate risks and other risks, we are as a cooperative can stand together and build back better. And so one of the examples that we'd like to highlight is innovation. So yesterday, we've been listening a lot about innovation, and we believe that the innovation starts with the people. It has to be like an organizational resilience. It has to start from the people. But the people should also be capacitated well. And in order to do that, when we capacitate our people, we are able to respond to the needs of the community. So now we're offering our parametric solutions as the parametric climate insurance that's called Weather Protect Insurance, because we have seen that there is a need for faster payouts of claims after disaster, right? So with that, we have initiated this in 2020 at a time of pandemic, and then we're now on our year 4 with 324 cooperatives covered, and that's reaching about 1 million household members in the country. So in the Philippines, there's about 12 million farmers that are accounted for, but this is just a tiny number, So that's why we're encouraging everybody to be a part of this. And we were also testing how it can, how it will work because parametric is so different from the traditional insurance, and it has a lot of literacy that has to be done. But in 2021, when we piloted this insurance, we were able to really test that, it works. So that was Typhoon Rai. Locally, it's called Odette. And we're able to pay out around 35,000 USD, and that's about 35,000 farmers also that were benefiting from it. And we have this, so hinged on Principle 7, concern for community. We have our unit also in CLIMES called the Community Action Affairs, as the CARES, Community Action Response to Emergency Services. So it addresses both disaster relief efforts and also preparedness efforts. So we do capacity trainings and also equip our farmers, the cooperatives themselves and also their members. And recently, we were awarded by the World Food Program, so we're able to scale our Weather Protect Insurance to their assistance in technical assistance facility and focusing on 5 disaster-prone areas. So since we have just started, we want to see what's the effect of this. Maybe next time we can also share some of the learnings and the impacts about this project.
So,
okay.
We're a little bit conscious of time, but you're okay? Yes.
So so that's just a difference from the past, when we were able to respond to Typhoon Yolanda in 2013. And we have this innovation on specifically on focusing on gender as well, not only for climate plus gender, because there's also many farmers also that are women farmers that are affected, and also in the workplace. And then we also have the virtual reality. We ventured into that, and the Takaful development. That's something new that's designed for our Muslim brothers and sisters. Yes, so. This is something of the innovation that we see that it's not only because of the products and services, but really what you said, it's community-owned, culturally appropriate, and really embedded in the cooperative identity. And hopefully later on, we also venture into renewable energy federation in the cooperative federation in the Philippines. And maybe lastly, I can share about our adaptation practices, because as an insurance, it's really about risk mitigation, but we do adaptation practices because it's about, everybody's interconnected, and we want to show that the cooperatives are really the natural members in the community that can, much of our ecosystem. And so our actions must also be the cooperative actions. And yes, we were able to hand down the check to Paul early this year, as there was a call for global solidarity on the international.
Can I just come in on that point?
Yes,
because
sure.
There's so much we could unpack on here, and that was brilliant, Donna. But one of your earlier slides, and you talked about one of the things you do is around crisis, and then it's around recovery, and then it's around development.
Yes.
And that, of course, for those who may remember, that's why we set up the Fund for International Co-op Development, which was covered in the Co-op News, etc. That initiative was supported by the boards of Co-op Group, Mid-Counties and Central initially, and Lincoln, so don't forget Lincoln. but it was also helped come to life with Rose and the team at Co-ops UK and so many others. And the bit we were delighted with is when Climb became the first international organisation to join us. So I guess, relatively briefly, why?
Oh, yeah, because we said that we know recently that 30% of the world food production really comes from the global south. It's from us. Even the rice production is about 90% from the Philippines. Philippines alone. I know not from the Philippines, but Southeast Asia alone. So when we do not plant a seed, then what are we waiting for? So that's really the essence of us as cooperators. We don't have, we are born because of self-help, self-responsibility. And so it's not like it's just a tiny part of the other part of the world, but this has a very big global impact. So that's the message that we want to convey, that no matter the amount is, as long as you put your heart into it, and that's really you as a cooperator, then you must do it, and then don't wait for tomorrow, do it now.
That's perfect. Thank you for that, Donna. Quick round of applause for Donna, because I think we need to.
Thank you.
So it depends how mischievous I'm thinking, because I've now got Paul on stage with me. Paul, I guess from my point of view, there have been times when any co-op, including the one I represent, hasn't really reflected the views of members. They've done what they think is right, which goes back to this top-down bit. I will say it, because I'm a fan. I think what Paul has done and what the group have done over the last few years in particular has listened to members, not least the National Member Council, of which I happen to be a proud part, but has then reflected those members' views. So, Paul, your views on this, and how have you reflected the views of members?
Thanks, Pete. So, if I look back over the last 15 to 18 months, we have heard from literally tens and tens and tens and tens of thousands of members, be that through AGM motions in 24 or 25, be it through correspondence, be it through joining events, be it through the National Members Council. We have heard them say one of the biggest concerns is conflict, division and hatred, both in the UK and abroad. And we have also heard them say they expect their cooperative, so in that circumstance, co-op group, to take action as best they can to address those issues. We did a joining event last autumn, and it had 15,000 people filling a relatively complex piece of member engagement. 95% said, we want the co-op to take action to help support those who would build peace and tackle division, hatred and conflict. As a result of that, we launched in February this year, following approval by our National Members Council, because it's in relation to member mandate. I don't decide what the co-op campaign's on. The board doesn't decide what the co-op group campaign's on. The National Members Council, as representatives of our members, decide what the co-op group campaign on. They approved a campaign called Hate Divides Communities, Cooperation Builds Them, which is now one of our 3 frontline campaigns in group. The point about, so that has started entirely because members have told us, okay? The second point I would make is that within that, then, there are a number of elements, but 2 or 3 I will call out. Fundamentally, the campaign has got an ask that says of government, and already thousands of members have written to their MPs, put co-ops at the heart of how you rebuild communities. So saying to the British government, whatever aid budget you have left, make sure some of that goes to co-ops, because we know co-ops build peace more effectively than anything else. Rwanda, Guatemala, Bosnia, right? So there's a really simple ask of government to prioritise co-op funding globally in what they do, okay? I'm with the Foreign Office Minister this Tuesday, and I'll be making the same point to him again, okay? And then underneath that, there are a number of things. So development, Climbs were the first international group to join the International Fund for Cooperative Development, of which I'm a very proud director. I know you are too, Pete, under Debbie's chair. Funding development of co-ops, co-op to co-op, really important. We are a big business. The co-op group is a £11 billion a year business with 6.6 million members. We trade with 67 countries. Our trading power is important. So last week we announced a new sourcing policy that said we would cease or stop trading with 17 countries around the world where we did not feel there was an alignment between what was happening in those countries and our cooperative values and principles. That's a really big statement for the Co-op group to make. And then the last point I would make is, within that trading, proactively seeking to support those who need cooperation most. So I know we've got representatives from the General Union of Palestine here today. I met them earlier in the week. I've been meeting them over the last few months, and Paul Ward, I think, was here earlier, has also met them. How can we support cooperatives in Palestine, as one example, in order to help them grow the cooperative economy? And that might be through trade, it might be through investment in the union there, it might be through in-kind support, it might be through us helping them with trade, with business plans, with marketing, with source. The Co-op group has got assets. We and our members have told us, put those assets to support those who would build peace. And that's what we're beginning to do, and I think we're beginning to make good progress.
Thank you for that, and I would agree. There's some brave actions that have been taken, which I think are good. One of the brave actions, perhaps, was also getting involved in setting up this Fund for International Co-op Development, and again, with a huge smile on my face, inviting others to help shape the direction of that fund, as opposed to it is one co-op taking it in one way, whether it be mid-counties or central or whatever. How do you see that Fund for International Co-op Development, Paul, helping over the course of the next couple of years?
I think the unique thing about the fund, well, a couple of things actually. When it's the fundamental is it's co-op to co-op, right? That's fundamentally it. Everything that we will do, be it in emergency crisis aid, be it in development or be it in trade, is co-op to co-op. So we are fundamentally building the co-op economy. When you do that, it's fundamentally internationalist. Co-ops are internationalist. And therefore, the kind of work that Francesca described, absolutely. You know, so the work that the Italian co-ops have been doing with Ukraine, and we're beginning to support that as well, is amazing. But it's the international nature of co-ops that make that really fly. So I think because of that, where do I see that fund? That fund's got to have ambition. It's got to be a multi-million-pound fund that is part of the global movement that helps those of our brothers and sisters around the world in co-ops who need our support. How do we help them most? Talking to Palestinians over the last few months, what you see there is people who get co-ops far better than me. And I don't know what they need, but what I do know is that if we stand in solidarity with them, we can help them achieve what they want to achieve, and that's the key. The fund has got to be about solidarity, not charity.
Perfect, thank you for that. If you want to know more about the fund, by the way, it's fund.coop, which even I can remember, which is good, and we'll circulate the details afterwards. So a couple of things. Can I have a round of applause for panellists, please, first? Now, I am deeply conscious of a couple of things. The first one is there are people in this audience who know as much, if not more than I do, much more than I do, and we would love questions to the panel. The favour, if I can, having spent quite a long time in this movement, I'm after questions, I'm after statements that are even better if, because I think all the efforts which have been made by all four of the panellists, all the efforts I've heard this week, will really make a difference to the UN SDGs, but I think every one of us would accept we can go further. So the question in that spirit is, have we got questions to the panel? If not, I've got about another 37 questions I can rattle off quite easily. So any questions, and I might need help in seeing the hands raised. Okay, so it's a post-lunch, right, so we have one in the second round, thank you. Who is it? It's Heather, isn't it? It is Heather. Come on, Heather, ask a question. If you can just say where you're from as well, Heather.
Okay. Hi, I'm Heather and I'm Central Co-op, and I am pretty set that I want to work on the international side of cooperation. The first time I met Pete, when asked what I want to do, I said I wanted his job.
It might be available if this goes wrong, trust me.
But I'm still like doing university and that, so I'm not at the point of employment. How can I get involved? Because I feel like I know where I'm at, I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to get involved, how I can help, how I can start that journey.
That is a genius question. I'm a facilitator, I'm not. So, anchor first. We'll do the UK movement and then we'll come on to the international if we can.
I think just from our perspective at Co-op News, we love to feature opinion pieces. And if you ever wanted to write for us on something that really matters to you, that has a cooperative angle, we would love to have your feature. And also, if you ever wanted to volunteer or do anything like that, I suppose you could get in touch with different co-ops. And if you need any contacts, feel free to ask me.
Thank you. Paul, come to you next.
I think that's a great offer, and I would take her up on that offer value. I think that, I guess, focusing on particular geographies, if there's a place that you feel particularly passionate about, how can you get involved? And you might get involved with a charity or an NGO that isn't co-op specific, but I guarantee you that when you start to volunteer, support, whatever you do with them, and you start to talk about co-ops, they'll be really interested, because they will know that on the ground, you know, if you were to say, I'm going to try to see what I can do to help in Sudan, I know for a fact that the way aid is organised in the refugee camps in Sudan is on the lines of co-ops and mutuality. So talking the language of co-ops for some of those geography-specific places will be really interesting. And the last thing I would say is, if you want to support the campaign, the Hate Divides Community Cooperation Builds Them, please find me afterwards. The more advocates, the more people we have talking about that, the importance of co-ops in building peace. Politics is a complete numbers game. And the more numbers we have, the louder we are, the more we can achieve. So do find me afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you. Francesca?
Okay, so first of all, two key words. So like determination. I don't know if it's in a word in English. Yeah, okay, determination and passion. That is, I mean, the engine, no, to go ahead. And together with the geography, I think that's also thematic. So just try to understand what you really love to work, you know, like, and so women empowerment, there are no food safety. I mean, there is no award because international development cooperation is responding to not only, I mean, the needs, but sometimes are also the, I mean, food safety needs, you know, so you can have a very different situation. So that will be also important. And then once that you have this idea, and then you can find out about the different stakeholders also linked, of course, the cooperative movement, the NGOs, and also government that could help and have this type of path.
Thank you. Donna?
Yeah, maybe I'd like to summarize what they said by saying that just channel your passion to the right direction. And the first thing is really your own community, and we say it to the young people also in general. The first thing that you have to look to is your own community, then you get the sense of responsibility in that while doing what you really love to do. Yeah.
Shall we, I am in one of those mischievous moves this afternoon. So, Heather, the Fund for International Co-op Development at the moment has got big businesses, big co-ops, that have put money in. The absolute passion of all of us involved, and I confess I'm a director as well, but equally the passion of the boards who set this thing up, is to allow microfinance, to enable ordinary cooperative individuals to contribute, and then get involved in where should this funding go. I'm looking at my fellow Fund for International Co-op Development director saying, we would welcome support from people to say, okay, how do we take that idea of how do you do microfinance and get every cooperator involved? How do we turn that into something real? So if you want to see us afterwards, you could well be seconded onto this because you can help develop that solution. Perfect. Don't minute it, whatever you say. Right, any other questions? So we've got the gentleman in the front row.
Yeah, just a question for the panel. What do you see as one of the biggest barriers for
the cooperative movement being recognized and utilized in peace, as a peace-building tool, and how do we think we might overcome that? Thank you.
Paul, can I start with you on that? Biggest barriers to peace-building, Paul?
So, I can only speak from a UK perspective, and I think it's different in different geographies, and I'd be interested in what colleagues think, because they have a different perspective. Whenever I've spoken to government ministers or officials or NGOs, and you talk about cooperatives, oh yeah, they love it. They don't know anything about it. There is an underlying issue in the UK of the knowledge of the cooperative movement is really very poor, and therefore I think that's an issue. However, what is very interesting is that when you then start to talk in country, in some of the most challenging places in the world, suddenly co-ops are the first solution that people go to. So in a sense, the problem isn't ours or those who are looking for opportunity. It's the middle bit of government. That's the point of the campaign. We change them by demonstrating the value co-ops have. We demonstrate the track record co-ops have in building peace. And then we make enough noise that they begin to do that. I think we can do that. We've already got some traction on this. If we can make this in the UK, certainly, a movement-wide campaign, and Mid-Council have already come in and really begun to support the Hate Divides Communities campaign. If we can start to make it a movement-wide campaign, as we did with slavery, movement-wide, retail crime, movement-wide, we can begin to change where this government are. They are naturally, instinctively supportive of co-ops. We just need to point them, okay, great, that's where there can be an answer for you. That's where there can be an answer for you. So it's about us helping them get to the place that they are quite happy to get to. They just need to be helped there.
And just on that, it is fair to say there are so many in the audience today who are playing their part, and I'm looking at a couple at the moment, in changing the government narrative as well and getting the government to understand. So I think it's a good point.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. It really varies from region to region, from country to country. Two challenges I can think of are, well, the first would be the fact that people in different countries and different regions will feel differently about the word cooperative. So, for example, in Eastern Europe, I'm originally from Romania, but I was talking to We Effect as part of this issue we were producing on international cooperative development, and they are active in Moldova. And they were saying that it's difficult to promote cooperatives in Moldova because when they mention the word cooperative, people think of forced collectivization. And I know that's the case in Romania as well. So things are slowly changing, but a lot of people would not think of cooperatives and associate them with something positive. So because of that, they have to be quite innovative in the way in which they do things, and they have to sometimes not mention the word cooperative, but suggest something that is cooperative in nature. So that's one way they go about that. And then I think the second challenge is the fact that there are authoritarian governments around the world, and sometimes they can make it very difficult for international organizations, which they sometimes perceive as belonging to the civil society movement. They can make it very difficult for them to continue to operate in their country. So I think those are the main two challenges.
Francesca?
Yeah, I would like to underline, I was saying the word peace and the cooperative movement. I think that is so important also in this recent period, because cooperative have demonstrated tool to prevent, to mitigate, also to rebuild peace process. And we have also some studies, some publication at ICA level. I remember once that was very well done, that was done by the European Development Cooperation that are connected with the Cooperatives Europe, so European level. And there you can find many different best practices, stories about how cooperatives could impact on the peace. And I think that we need, also in this period to, restart a process of advocacy process about how the cooperative movement could be really a fantastic tool to maintain, to prevent conflict and maintain peace. Also because I remember one case was Frutti di Pace, that is peace fruits, and that was also a consumer cooperative representing consumer cooperatives that helped Bosnia-Herzegovina after the war, not with putting together people that were before in conflicts, working together. Still to have some cooperative behavior after the war, not with together, putting together people that were before in conflicts, working together. Still to have some cooperative behavior behind having built a future together. So I think that is what we need also to
We've experienced that, and we've got examples of that in places like Rwanda, where it was referred to yesterday, where you have the perpetrators and victims who are actually working together.
I think for the context of Philippines, actually, a lot has been done for cooperatives, removing the barriers for building peace. But the only concern is for sustainability, because we are really seeing once all the international funding folds, then some of the activities that are geared towards peace building activities, like increasing livelihood capacities of those in the conflict. Now, we have the advocacy, the Chamber of the Philippines, Cooperative Chamber, that is represented in all the regions of our country and thus does that. Because I think when the barriers can be lifted, when you know as a cooperative what your identity is. So once we have that, then we just, do those solutions, work around in those areas. Yeah.
Thank you. Paul, did you want to come in on that?
It's just one further point, and it's about the obstacles. There's the opportunity, though, which is that certainly when you this is in the UK context, when you start to talk to organisations that are focused on particular areas, be it Myanmar or Rwanda or Palestine, wherever it might be, what the cooperative movement can bring, of course, is that the cooperative movement is, I said it before, is international. Therefore, absolutely, we might be a UK cooperative movement, but if you want to look at what happens in co-ops in Myanmar, the ICA provide that framework to be able to speak. So you can begin to find solutions on the ground in those areas, in principle of subsidiarity, that allows you to do that. That's quite unique. So that the global movement allows you to connect very distant places because you have fellow cooperators on the ground working to the same set of values and principles. So there is an opportunity that co-ops are uniquely placed to grab.
There's clear examples, I guess, of that at the moment. We heard about Malawi last night, etc. But you've also got the CM50, which is this group of the 50 top CEOs Jerome spoke about first thing this morning, and that's one of their things. How do you do this trading amongst cooperatives? And clearly there are bodies there to do it. I think we've got time for one more question. Shirley, was that a question, or was that, I've got time for one more question? Oh, okay, fair enough. Any more questions? There's two in the front, so we'll come to the lady in the front first if we can, and then if you will take Lee's as well, and we'll try and answer both at the same time.
Thank you. Hi, I just had a question. We talked a little bit about risk and how cooperatives have taken those risks. I was just interested in, are there any other risks that cooperatives, any other opportunities for risk that cooperatives would consider capitalising on in the future? And how would we go about doing that? Because I know there's an element of bravery involved in that, but I'm just interested to see if there's anything else.
Okay, so it's turning risks into opportunities. And Lee, did you have a question as well? Can we pass the mic to Lee as well? We'll take those two at the same time.
Nice to meet you too. Thanks. I've got sort of one question and one sort of observation, really. So the first question is, have we an opportunity to use the 6.6 million members in the UK as voices? And if we were able to do that, can we do that globally in other countries directly? And the second bit's more of an observation, and it's just listening to what's been discussed today around why perhaps the UK isn't as active or globally leading around the cooperative movement compared to other countries. is that because there is different situations in other countries where there's a necessity to actually belong to a cooperative because of what's happening in those particular countries? How can we look at that a little bit differently within the UK? So the second bit of observation, but the first one is more about how can we utilise those voices? And I understand that not every member wants to get involved in a political situation, but is there an opportunity there where we can utilise that? And do other countries do that?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that, Lee. So I'm going to turn first, if I can, to Donna and... Take an anchor, sorry. Sorry, was there one more question as well? Did I miss one more question? Right. So we just do it. So I need literally one sentence, Paul, if I can. I'm going to start with you in terms of the Lee's point about how do we mobilise members, not just co-op group members, but co-operators across the globe, across the UK and then further. How could we do that?
So the campaign that the Co-op group launched in February, we are working with Peter and others to make that a UK-wide campaign. And we know from what we did on retail crime and slavery, that can secure change. So I absolutely am confident that we can do that, but we need the movement to come together. We're not quite there yet, but we've got none of the bits. In terms of the international community, I think Peter referenced it, CM50, which is the 50 or so leaders of big co-ops and mutuals around the world, they have a plan to get to the World Social Summit in November in Doha, which is the UN's second one after the first one in Copenhagen 30 years ago, with a specific ask that says co-ops and mutuals build peace, support them. Okay, so I think it's about us getting our act together, because we know if we do, we can be convincing both domestically and globally.
And then literally in 2 sentences, Donna, thank you for that. Paul, if I can. The question about risks and opportunities, clearly that's what Climb have done. You've looked at the risks that are coming, particularly around sustainability, Clinton opportunity. Would you be willing to share that with other cooperators?
Of course. So in our context, we face a lot of risks. And so we do, on the business side, we think of what the members need. Like, for example, for the climate insurance that we're giving. But I think on a more important note is the risk of drifting away from the mission of being a cooperative. So that is what we are really, that's why cooperative education is very important, and we are really on it. So yeah, that's my
Thank you. So I'm massively conscious of time. So quick round of applause for panel if I can. Francesca, one sentence if we can.
One side, okay. I was answering for the 6.6 million member, but it's okay, we are not time.
Yeah, perhaps we can do that afterwards.
One sentence, together we can.
Perfect. And I think that's probably the theme of all of this. The one thing I think I've heard loud and clear over the last hour or so, it is this principle of facilitating self-help. It is not doing to, it's doing with and creating those conditions. And the second thing is, I've spent this week feeling more positive about the difference the co-op movement can make for those in need, and I perhaps have for many years. I'd just like to say thank you to the panel. So thank you.
We've got a really very brief turnaround break now while we welcome everyone back from the National Youth Summit ahead of our youth focus session and our end celebratory session. I know it's been a long couple of days and a long week for many of you, but I do urge you to stick around for what will be one of the most inspiring sessions of the weekend, learning from each other the importance of intergenerational cooperation. So that's back here for past in the main room. There's also a breakout session in the council chamber, and everyone back here for the final session, please. There's also COP Councils and Introduction to CCIN Policy Labs Toolkit. At 4:30, we will close with a final celebration. Everyone back in here for 4:30. But for those in the Right, welcome back everyone, we're nearly there. Please take your seats. And if possible, especially the younger members of our audience, come forward up to the front, because this is our final session and arguably the most important session before we get everybody back together for our final celebration. So, we do have now a really important session about intergenerational working together, learning from each other, the importance of intergenerational cooperation. And before we introduce our hosts and panellists, to kick us off, I'd like to welcome youth campaigner and policy advisor Riley Sweeney to the stage.
So I am Riley Sweeney, a strategic advisor working at the intersection of education, youth policy and lived experience. And a lot of my work focuses on making systems more inclusive and responsive to young people's real lives, particularly around education reform, employment pathways and co-creation in central government. I work alongside a number of organisations and government bodies to help shape strategy, inform policy and elevate the role of young people in national decision making. And at the heart of my work is a simple belief that when young people are treated as genuine partners, we unlock better ideas, better decisions and better outcomes for everyone. It's been a privilege to be here today and especially spending some time in the Youth Summit. We've had brilliant conversations about community, inspiring personal journeys and what work looks like when it actually works for you. There's been amazing creativity from arts and crafts to business ideas and honest reflections about what it means to grow up in this country right now. What really struck me was how openly young people shared not just their ambitions, but their realities of what they're facing, what's possible, and what they want to help shape. It's a real reminder that when we create the right conditions, the space, the trust, the relationships, that we don't just get good ideas, but we get powerful insights, lived wisdom, and better ways of working. Ones built from learning from each other across generation, roles and experiences. So when we talk about learning from each other, we often focus on the differences, different ages, different experiences, different perspectives. But what I've seen time and time again is how powerful it is when we focus on what we can build together. Because when young people and adults work with each other, not around each other, we don't just get better ideas, we get better systems. And that's what we mean when we talk about true co-creation. Not just listening to young people, but building the agenda with them. Not just inviting them into spaces, but shaping those spaces together from the start. Not just asking for input, but making decisions together. And for that work, it has to be intentional. Co-creation and collaboration, it takes time, it takes trust, and it takes care. But when it's done well, it can change the game for everyone. So why does this matter? What do we actually gain from a cross-generation collaboration? Because when we get it right, when we build trust and share them spaces and lead together, we unlock things that no single generation can deliver on its own. We get future-focused decisions, one that reflects not just what's worked before, but what's needed next. We build workforces that are more responsive with skills and mindsets and systems shaped by the people who will inherit them. We create policies that reflect real lives, not just the assumptions or data points, but lived experience that helps avoid blind spots. We build resilience in our teams, in our communities, and in our systems, because decisions made with people in mind tend to serve more people in the long run. And maybe most importantly, we shift the culture. We show young people that their contributions are valued now, not later. And we remind older generations that they're not being replaced, they're being joined. When we collaborate across generations, we don't just dilute our ideas, we strengthen them. It's not just an opportunity, it's a strategy. And it's been fantastic to see many people here today who are already committed to engaging young people in meaningful ways. I really enjoyed hearing this morning from Debbie, the chair of the Co-op group, speak so passionately about involving young people in shaping the future. That's the kind of leadership where youth voice is a priority, not just an afterthought, and it sets the tone for what is possible. I've met brilliant young people from the Co-operatives UK Youth Advisory Group who are already bringing energy, clarity and challenge to the work being done and showing just how powerful youth-led insight can be. And I sat in a conversation with the Woodcraft folk, whose mission is to empower and equip young people with the skills, knowledge and confidence to build a fairer world. And their priorities really resonated with me, not only increasing participation, but recognising and wanting to break down the barriers to that participation. So it's clear that this momentum, this commitment, and many of us in this room already see the value of working across generation. Now, I wanted to share what that can unlock and what moments can lead to when we have intergenerational collaboration, and it goes beyond engagement and into real co-creation. So let me show you what I mean. Last year, I helped deliver the North East Youth Symposium, a regional event that brought together young people and local decision makers to explore the issues that mattered most to young people. What made the difference was that young people shaped the entire structure of the day. They didn't just sit on a panel, they didn't facilitate the conversation, they led the dialogue, they set the agenda. They spoke about mental health, youth safety, how it felt to be in school as a young person. They spoke about barriers to jobs and education, and how it felt to be told they lacked ambition, when really sometimes they lacked access. And they didn't hold back, young people don't. One young person said, people always assume young people want something new. They want something shiny and exciting, but most of us just want the basics to work. We want systems to keep promises that they already make. And that moment changed the tone in the room. The adults listened differently, they asked questions differently, and by the end of the day, they weren't just making commitments, they were developing joint solutions, sat alongside the young people they had started that very day speaking about. And that's what it looks like when the room is shared and when responsibility is too. We've seen it nationally too through the Big Ambition, a project led by the Children's Commissioner for England, which I was really proud to support. We heard from over 1 million young people, the largest consultation of its kind, and we had some clear messages from young people. And they didn't just tell us what wasn't working, they told us what would, and that was what was really powerful. Their voices led directly to 33 national ambitions for children and young people, setting out clear calls to action across education, health, justice, safety, and the environment. Those ambitions were presented in Parliament, taken into meetings with ministers, and now are actively shaping national policy priorities. But maybe the most powerful part, young people saw what it looked like to be heard and to be taken seriously. That changes what they see and what they expect from leadership. It changes how they see themselves in the system. So what does it take to make good co-creation and intergenerational collaboration actually work? Because co-creation isn't about perfection. It's about respect, it's about openness, it's about doing the work together. And here what I've seen make the biggest difference. Number one is starting together, not halfway through, not after decisions are made. The earlier young people are involved, the more meaningful the outcome. Number two, building trust before outcomes. Strong relationships lead to stronger results. This means consistency, honesty, in keeping your word from everyone involved, adults and young people. Third, shared responsibility. This isn't just about adults creating space, it's about young people stepping into that space with intention, purpose, and care. Everyone plays a part in setting the tone. But let's be honest, when co-creation doesn't happen, we feel it. When young people are brought in too late, when decisions are already made, the trust gets broke. And once that trust is lost, it's hard to get back. We don't need perfect systems, we just need honest ones. Co-creation isn't a model, it's a mindset. So I'll leave you with this. Collaboration doesn't happen just because we say we value it. It happens because we design for it. We've seen today what's possible when we work across generations, when we value different kinds of experiences, when we create spaces for real conversations, when we share ownership of what comes next. So here's your challenge. What would change if co-creation was your starting point? Not a consultation exercise, not an afterthought, but the first step in how you lead, plan, or deliver. And once you've asked that, ask this: who's not in the room? And what are we going to do to change that? Because the future isn't built by accident, it's built by choice, by the spaces we open, the power we share, and the people we learn from along the way. So let's build it together. Thank you.
That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Riley. That was amazing. So hi, everybody. My name is Sila Sibanda. Some of you might see me dotting around. I have been upstairs hosting the Youth Summit, and we've had fantastic conversations. And I'm delighted to be with you for the final panel of the day. So I would like to welcome our panelists up onto the stage. So already we have Riley, and we also have the amazing Rose, who is the CEO of Co-operatives UK. And I would like to please invite Tony Scott. Give me a round of applause as they come up onto the stage. Tony Scott is the events coordinator at Kitty's Laundrette. Next up, we have Sahar Al-Hakak Martinez. Please give a round of applause as she comes up. Sahar is a part of Communities Creating Homes intern at Compass. And then can we also welcome our final panel member? It is Anna Alguire. Please welcome Anna onto the stage. Anna is the International Cooperative Alliance Youth President. Now, we have some amazing panelists onto the stage, and we are carrying on the conversation that Riley spoke about in her keynote speech, which is all around the importance of intergenerational cooperation. And I'm going to ask some questions to our wonderful panel, and then I'm going to hand over to you as well. Because I know when you're sat down, you might be thinking, Sila should ask this, but you are going to get a chance to ask them yourself. So panel, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to start with you, Rose, first. Let's look at what does intergenerational collaboration look like to you when it really works?
Thank you very much, and Sila, great work. I just want to share with you something that happened last night, actually. Many of you walked from Toad Lane with placards through the Rochdale Memorial Gardens back to the Town Hall. And there was a point when there was 3 young people in the park. 2 of them had black faces and had hoodies on. One of them had a white face, a skinhead, and a dog collar round his neck. And he went, "Hey, what's going on?" And everyone went, "Oh," and carried on walking. And I went over and I said, "We're fighting for your future, we're fighting for your heritage. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I'm going to chat. And I was really surprised he didn't know anything about the heritage, his heritage in Rochdale. And I did send him to the museum today. And a similar thing happened in the pub late at night with two young girls who told me to bob off. I was making it up as if we own the co-op, was the response I got. And so that's what bad looks like to me, that we just make these assumptions and that we don't engage. And I get it, you know, I mean, there was loads of us, and I get it if you're in a park on your own, and, you know, and I'm sure if my son and his friends were in the park, it'd be very similar. Debbie made a point to me earlier that, you know, if you've not got kind of language they use now they talk, but I just think we've just got to really try hard to lose all those prejudices and not decide what somebody's action is about to be before they make it. So that's not what great looks like. And what good looks like is, like you've said, I mean, I've just big props and well done to Louis, our youth ambassador, our first ever youth ambassador. It's been a brilliant session today. And the advisory group. And so, you know, we're starting to see what some of the good looks like at Co-operatives UK. But there is also a challenge I'm going to give you back, because I spend a lot of my time saying to Louis will come to me and say, can we? I'm like, what are you asking me for? You know? Or like, there's a lot of asking for permission. And, you know, and I'll say, no, the point of your role is to tell, not ask. So I think we can do a lot more in empathy and understanding and just learning how to communicate, because the life experiences of my generation are so different to the experiences of your generation. So we come in from our language, and our experiences are just difficult to interpret for each other. So patience is what good looks like.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to come to you, Anthony. So for people who don't know about Kitty's Laundrette, just tell us a little bit about what you guys do, but also looking at that question from an intergenerational lens, because you guys run various events with people from different generations. So how does good cooperation looks like from that point of view?
Yeah, well, thank you, everyone. I'm Anthony, and I'm from Kitty's Laundrette. I actually used to be the events coordinator. I'm now the community lead. So that, but I'll touch on that about, like, you know, young people actually designing their own roles and stuff like that. But Kitty's Laundrette is like a community laundrette and a social space in the Anfield area of Liverpool. And what we do is pretty much like what your normal laundrette does. We wash and dry people's clothes. But we also try and do a bit more than that. Like we also use the space as like a social hub. So on a day-to-day basis, you can see things from, like, you know, tea and toast mornings to craft mornings to like film nights and gigs and stuff like that. And in terms of intergenerationally, we are a pretty
It's totally up to communities what that looks like. It could be setting up a co-op, it could be a social enterprise. We have so many teams Yeah, and I work to set up community-led housing around Wales. And I guess intergenerational, to me, looks like... I'm going to use an example from something recent we did in the community-led housing team. So my role is specifically about engaging people who don't know about community-led housing into community-led housing and to learn a bit more about it. Because even though community-led housing in the UK isn't about being white and middle class, a lot of the precedents that we have are white and middle class. So already that's a barrier to people who don't see themselves in that. And yeah, one of the things we decided to do was to find a different way to engage young people into community-led housing. And rather than do a lecture, we decided why not a play? Because I work in the arts and arts action research projects, which are also intergenerational. I have a fairy godmother, I call her, but she's an older woman who's amazing and works in the arts and makes things happen. So I recruited Yaz, a playwright, who also works with me on projects and with other young people, and we made a play, and we toured it in Dublin and Cardiff, Manchester last week, but that idea wouldn't have happened if my team in Compass wasn't open to doing something like that. And without their own expertise in community-led housing, like I don't have the technical wisdom that they do. I wouldn't be able to help a group from day one through to getting the keys to their building, but they can. And so, yeah, our team ranges from me, 23, to Jonathan, who's been in planning for like over 30 years. And that range of skills and that multidisciplinary approach, it just means that you end up accessing different communities better. So we've been accessing the arts and young people recently because that's kind of where I'm coming from. But Jonathan can speak to local councillors in a way that I can't because I don't understand their language. Yeah, it's about appreciating people's different skills and bringing that in and being open to new ideas and facilitating them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to you, Anna. For you, I want us to look at international scale. So what does intergenerational collaboration look like to you when it really works on an international scale?
Okay, so I'm Anna. Thank you so much for having me. And I serve with, I've served with Rose for the last year, and I stepped down yesterday as youth rep. So it's been 10 years of working as a representative in the various forums of the International Co-operative Alliance. And so I always am very thankful to be in these kind of panels, but also I'm quite critical sometimes of how do we do it. So I'm gonna take you to the perspective of what do we do at the ICA, if that's okay. Yeah. So what I think that good collaboration looks like is that we speak to each other as equals. And we stop tokenizing young people. Because for me, it is a thing we do. Is there one person that is young in a panel? Yes, no? So we're like a token, check, we are. And is there a young person, a woman, someone of color? Like check, check, check. And I think that if we looked at good collaboration, multi-generational collaboration or trans-generational collaboration, that shouldn't be the case because it would naturally come and it's not going to be young people because they're young, but because what they know. And normally, at least in Europe, youth goes until 40, not at the international level, that's 35. So that means that you've been working for more than 15 years after college in general. That's 15 years of experience. So you're not only youth, you know something. You have opinions, you have experiences, you have a job, you have an expertise, and you have something you want to share. So it would be like asking over 60s or over 55-year-old people to only talk about retirement. After 55, retirement only. So until 35, youth only. That is quite ridiculous, right? We don't want to do that. So I think that is what it would look like if we had good multi-generational talk. And I would say that also it wouldn't be isolating. We've had a great, you've had a great day of work upstairs. How many people were there upstairs? Raise your hands in the audience. Mostly youth. Down your hands. The ones that were not invited because we were not youth, how many of you knew what happened? Yeah, right? So great that it happens, youth was there, but how involved was it? And for me that is dangerous because we check, again, we did something for youth, we had a youth panel with mostly women, which is also not something that happens in the co-op world, but who knew? And how did it crossroad with the rest of the great event that we've been hosting here? So that is something that I think would happen as well. And I think that I leave you with the idea that age doesn't equal experience. So youth and experience is not the same thing. And I'm going to say something that I come from the Mondragon area, so from the Basque Country, and the Bank of Mondragon, the CEO now is running a review on the identity and how are we identified as co-op members, and the narrative and how do we own that. And they're working through a thing that they called rearranging the narrative for the new people, because a lot of people go into co-op just for the job, not for the cooperative feeling itself. And he said, as cooperators, we are not so identified as businessmen or women, we are only temporary owners of this structure. And I loved it because the implication implied legacy. You are only here because someone was here before you, and you have the responsibility to leave the structure better for the people that are going to come after you. So I think that the fact that we are temporary owners of what we have right now, it is very important to acknowledge, because you take it from someone and leave it to someone else. And it may well overlap in knowledge, because that will make the cooperative grow and not start from zero every loop.
Oh, wow. I love all, yeah, that deserves a round of applause. And I'm fascinated, I'll still carry on with you, Anna, if that's okay. So that there might be somebody listening and going, yeah, I want to involve more young people, but I don't want it to be a token sort of situation. What would you say to somebody who is in that point of view, and how can they move on forward in involving young people, but it not being tokenized?
It's difficult because I think there's so few of us being visibilized in non-youth related things that it takes a lot of commitment. But I think there's people that are doing it very well, and I think that if we look forward, there are a couple of very easy ways. And the good thing about the cooperative movement, and I always say that, is that while you can say, why is it the system not working? I think because we are the system, you get to complain against yourself. Because we own the system, so that's the good news. So for me, it's, okay, there's youth events, right? There's delegations from the UK, from Spain, from so many countries around the world that go to cooperative events. Most of them don't bring youth. But they bring more than one delegate, maybe it's 5. Why not 4 over 35s and 1 under 35? Let's not even say half and half, just 1. Then nominate young people to represent or co-represent your organization wherever you go. If they offer you to be in a panel, why not send a young person every so often? And for me, it's also add the structures to the already existing forums that will bring people, young people in, maybe as observers first and as a control check later. So how do you contrast and create, like, for example, I was trying to get the Confederation of the Basque Country to create a governing council that was like a ghost governing council, that every policy will go through the youth ghost governing council, and there will be a nominated representative of that ghost governing council into the governing council of the Confederation, and you always get the opinion of youth before everyone else. And I think you have great structures already in the ICA. For example, there's an identity committee that is discussing the identity statement of the cooperatives. There's one youth, that's me. I'm the only one. In that committee, in the next, I'm not going to be gruesome, but in the next 25 years, most of them are going to be dead. And most of them retired. And there is no young voice.
I want us to start thinking about, you know, how we build spaces in the co-op movement where people of all ages feel listened to, respected, and able to lead together. Riley, you started to touch on this during your keynote speech, so I'm going to start with you first. We can build the spaces where people can feel heard.
Yeah, so I always say engaging from the start, and I said that in my speech around getting young people in before there's even an agenda on the table. Because quite often, and I work quite closely with government departments, and we write policy or we write a strategy, and then we take it to young people and say, like, what do you think? Or does this replicate or reflect what you actually believe? And time again, we're told, that doesn't really resonate or it doesn't work. And at that point, typically, it's too late to do anything about it. So I always say we need to engage young people from concept because it saves time for one, but it makes it more reflective. And actually it lasts longer because it resonates with young people. They're more likely to engage with it, they're more likely to share it with their other young people, and they're more likely to feel proud and want to share it with their community. So I always say engage from like concept, and if we've got an idea, let's go and speak to young people and let's bring that idea to life together. But I think another big thing is young people have got a big mistrust with decision makers. We know that 1 in 13 young people feel listened to by decision makers, 1 in 13 young people. So we need to do a lot to build that trust up. We need to show them that we care and that we want to listen to them. But what's happened with their voice? Come back. You said we did. And it's fairly simple, kind of going back and showing young people, you said this and this is what we've done with it. Because actually, you might have done something fantastic with their voice and their experiences, but if you haven't gone back and again, close that loop, they don't know, so they continue to go by thinking that their voice was only listened to but not acted upon. So they're my two things, are kind of get in at the beginning and also come in at the end, close that loop.
Thank you very much, thank you. I'm going to come to you, Rose, next. Same question, but looking at, you know, within your organisation, how can you build spaces in the co-op movement where people of all ages feel listened to, respected and able to lead? And this was something we began having a conversation about upstairs, was the bigger co-ops with a lot more people involved. How do we ensure that, you know, people do feel listened to?
Yeah, I think there's two things. I value inexperience, actually, because that's where the innovations come from, that's where the ideas come from. People with experience will often have habits or ways of doing things or a belief system that means that they're not thinking in a different way. And when I was at our equivalent NCBA Clusa in Washington last year, I was with a group and we were discussing kind of youth engagement, and it was pointed out to me by, I think she was a millennial, she was certainly younger than me, that the American Constitution had been written by under 25-year-olds. Because that was, you know, life expectancy and everything. And, you know, we've just got this kind of thing about experience, but I actually love the challenge of inexperience because it's just beautiful, like, challenging. And then always with the, okay, but let's put some, you know, health and safety around that or whatever the kind of considerations are. So, yeah, I do think experience is valid, but I'm not scared of people that haven't got any experience at all. And then also, let's say, it's quite hard, you know. Yes, we've got our first youth ambassador, but we've improved the age of our staffing levels. I don't know the exact numbers, it's probably about a fifth now. We've got way more young people in the operational staff at Co-operatives UK. But there is something called employment law, and you do have to be fair in your recruitment processes. And I can't tell you how many times I come away from sessions like this where people say, what about valuing older people? Or, you know, what about that? You know, there's a lot of different people that all need that kind of consideration. So you have to go through a fair process. And sometimes it's really difficult to say, I want to employ that person over that person, even though they might on paper be better for the job because they're young. That's quite a difficult thing to do. I think you've got to keep trying. I think you've got to keep pushing and doing that. But yeah, I think it's more complex. I don't think it's as binary as kind of like Anna was saying about, you know, the tokenism of it. Sometimes it's quite difficult. We have a real I'm looking at Lois. We have a real challenge on our board. Like Lois knows, you know, the amount, like you know, it's democracy. I can't say who's on our board, you know. So it's like there's way more work to do underneath that about who gets appointed to our board. But I think what Anna did hit the nail on the head was around education. Because, again, you know, that point about, you know, I just don't want to talk about youth. You know, if you join the National Members Council at Co-op Group and you're young, you'll get put forward for everything, and every weekend will be taken up, and you just go, no, stop. You know, I'm here as me. I'm not here as just the youth representative, you know. So there's a much bigger problem, which is around, like I said, the amount of young people from Rochdale I spoke to last night from Rochdale who didn't know what the cooperative movement is. And I think that's the nub of the issue, because actually I've never experienced anyone of any age, actually, that once they understand what it is, say, oh, that's a load of rubbish, that's a stupid idea. No one's ever said that to me, you know. But, you know, we're not, I know for Mid-Counties, Phil's and the team are in the audience here, one of the things I love the most about what Mid-Counties do is the little pioneers nurseries, because they're teaching democracy from that kind of it, from 3-year-olds are getting to choose what they're having for the lunch by, you know, voting, you know, or they'll sit down, you know, with like 4-year-olds and discuss what they're doing for the day, and they learn that they can't always get their own way and sometimes they have to give a little bit. Now, that is, if you had more of that, if you had more cooperation in our daily lives, we wouldn't have to be spending all our time trying to explain what it is and almost like lecturing people about it. We need to infuse it into our culture. Otherwise, we're never going to tackle it. It should just be natural, but we're nowhere near that. So education on the curriculum and just in our culture would be key for me, yeah.
Absolutely. And on that conversation of education, this is to any member of the panel. What do you wish you were taught in school about the cooperative movement that you know now? Like, you know, as Rose said, maybe it was part of the curriculum, maybe you had exercises where you were practicing democracy, learning about the history. Is there something that you wish was embedded within your learning or growing up about the cooperative movement? Anybody can answer this one.
Well, I'm going to go, because it's a big bugbear for me. It's like we do this thing around enterprise where we never do cooperative enterprise, whether it's on the curriculum or not. And like a school will go, right, okay, we want to teach people enterprise. Let's have a cake sale. Or, you know, like they'll do like a charity fundraiser. What nobody ever does is what cooperate. We've heard it all weekend. Cooperation provides solutions and provides trading solutions after it. So we never in a school environment go, right, okay, we can't fit everyone in the dining hall at once. How do we make it fair that it's not all the year 10 and 11s that get to go in first? Or how do we make it, you know, those kind of conversations are just not within our education culture at all. Putting it on the curriculum would be very much about the technicalities of what the business model is. I think is really, really valid. But like I said, there's no general cooperation in our education system. There's no democracy in our education system. There's a lot of tick boxing, young council voices and things like that in schools, but actually young people don't get a say or a stake in a lot of things they do. I'm going to get off my soapbox, but I'm just going to say, like, how many young people have to give their biometric information to be able to get their lunch at school? They're not consulted on whether or not that's appropriate or okay. That's just something, if you don't give your fingerprint, you're not getting lunch. That's how it works. That's the kind of democracy I want to see changed in school.
Sahar.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I was with Yaz actually last week and another theatre maker who helped perform the play, and we were listening to Rekindle, which is an organisation that works outside of education. And they were basically presenting a bunch of research that they did with young people-led research. And yeah, the outcomes of a lot of that research was that, I can't remember the statistics, but kids don't feel listened to at school, kids don't feel respected, they don't have people they can talk to about their feelings or anything like that. I heard it upstairs as well. If you're not given the chance to relate to your professors or your teachers, actually you're just not going to enjoy that lesson. And then it was also calling teachers by their first name, for example. And what you were talking about, the whole cooperative values, they don't exist in the education system, and it is broken, and maths and science, and actually working class young people would really benefit from the arts, as I've benefited from the arts. Sorry, what was the question?
No, there wasn't a question.
Yeah, I would have absolutely loved it. Community-led housing, like cooperative values, cooperative businesses. I've been learning about so many amazing cooperatives from around the UK, from around the world over these past few days that I've never heard about, and they're all just like music, arts, food, anything, and it's providing a model for the ideas, and the values are within those ideas. But yeah, I've been in like precarious housing situations, as many young people of my age have, and I could only ever imagine renting up until a couple of years ago, when I learned about, or maybe 2 years ago, something like that, about community-led housing. It's like, oh, there are other options. Why aren't we taught about that? It's the same thing with like, you know, architecture, public buildings. Who are they designed for? You walk into some public buildings and it's like, I don't feel like I am welcome here, because it's not designed for you. And we're not taught building skills. We're not taught how to make things. Things are made for us without us. So yeah, definitely would have loved to learn about cooperatives and community-led housing. It should be mandatory in schools, but guess, yeah, education doesn't work.
So I'm so sorry, we're running out of time, and so can we give our panel a round of applause? They have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Is it all right if people come and speak to you afterwards? Because I'm sure they're going to have questions, they can come over. But thank you. Rose, carry on.
I've no idea where we finished slightly early there. I'm sure I'm about to find out. But a huge thank you, and do carry on that conversation. Like I said, it's one of the most important conversations of this whole week. And okay, so thanks so much everyone for coming. I hope you agree. It's been the most amazing and special of cooperative congresses. Something that made it extra special was our host, Rochdale Town Hall. It's been a little bit of a challenge. It's the largest event the Town Hall has hosted since its refurbishment, and we're so grateful to the team at Rochdale Town Hall. Haven't they been fabulous? At every point they've been fabulous. Let's hear it. The Rochdale Town Hall staff, they've been brilliant. So I'm really thrilled now to welcome not only the Mayor of Rochdale, but the clog dancer and procession leader, Councillor Janet Elmsley. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I'm sorry I've not got my clogs on today. I did have them on last night, but I've been doing Downhill Festival, I've been doing half-acre afternoon tea and ice cream eating, etc. this afternoon, so I've been all over the place whilst you've been ensconced in our town hall. It's lovely to see so many people in this beautiful building, which was built in 1871 for the people. And over the years, it became a bit of an office building and a place where people couldn't come or wouldn't come. And we've refurbished it and made it into a place that people can literally walk through the door any day of the year, apart from Christmas Day. And I hope that your Congress has been a successful one. I spoke to a few people last night. Amongst them were people from Australia, from Malawi, from South Africa, and Scotland, even, and some people from, I think they were from Oldham. But just to say, this is, as you know, the home of the cooperatives. We are the place where the first cooperative that was a successful cooperative was formed on the 21st of December 1844 at 7 p.m. And you were in that place last night. It's a little place on Toad Lane. And we are here, as I said, as co-operators and cooperatives, really pleased to be here with you. I understand that I'm kind of closing the event now. So I'm just wondering whether we can open those doors, because what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this session is we are going to go down the stairs, and I do believe there's a little bit of entertainment that you might see and hear, which I'm very proud to say is one of my local brass bands. Right, I've kind of spoiled it a bit, but I'm trying to say one of the things that you've got to understand is if you're in Rochdale, when this building opened in 1871, 6 brass bands came down Drake Street. Yeah, and they marched down here to a festival in this hall that had 600 people eating and drinking to celebrate the opening of this building, one of which was the Black Dyke Mills Band. And they came again when we reopened, and they were here again this year. Today you've got a smaller version. It's a group of people that are in a brass band that, if you think about brass bands like football teams, they're in the 3rd division. But last year they were in the 4th division, so they've gone up a division. And I'm also proud to say that in amongst the brass band I have one relation and at least 3 ex-pupils. So pleased to say thank you for coming to Rochdale. Do come again. You're always welcome. You're welcome to come through our doors at any time. And as I say, thank you and goodbye.
Right, OK, to the long list of thank yous. Thank you to the Mayor of Rochdale, Janet Elmsley. And before I pass over to Cheryl Barrett, Chair of Cooperatives UK, to give some final reflections on the weekend, I'd like to say a huge thank you to the Cooperative Bank, our event sponsor. Much of this event could not happen without their support, and we are so incredibly grateful. I'd like also to thank Central Co-op, sponsor of the International Supper, and also all our exhibitors. Seeing the Exchange Hall absolutely buzzing with conversation has been such a fantastic sight. We've had so many amazing speakers across Congress. I cannot thank them all. Across the Congress and the Summit, so much talent and ideas and inspiration. I'd also like to thank all the production team. We've had some brilliant technology, not least the pioneers, breakdancing. Steve Jeff, Mike, Dan, Brian and Alex specifically. They've worked tirelessly to keep us live in the room, in the marquee and online. They've been truly superstars. I'd also like to thank our media team, Amrit, Chris, Sam and Anna. I'm sure many of you have seen. We've got some incredible content captured and going out. Like we keep saying, we're telling the world what's going on, and we can't do that without our storytelling and content. So huge thanks to these guys that have been here the whole time again. As well as our sponsors, I've been to lots of the Festival of Cooperative events all week, brilliantly hosted by the Co-op group, who again have worked tirelessly. Everyone in a blue t-shirt has worked so hard over the last few months to welcome and host the ICA delegation. Yeah, thank you. And it's been a joy to meet so many of the ICA team and delegates from all around the world. So many memories were made in Manchester and Rochdale this week. We're going to remember them for a long time. I was really, really worried because everyone kept telling me about what happened in 2012. But I think for those of you that were here in 2012, hopefully we've had as good as an experience. And there's been so many of our partner organisations, Co-op News, at the Cooperative College, at the Cooperative Heritage Trust, have all played really important roles in this week with Congress. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart the fantastic team at Cooperatives UK who have worked so hard to make this event happen. And my final thank you is to all of you, because without our members, we are absolutely nothing. So please give yourselves a round of applause. And I'm sure she'll back me up in saying this. I am incredibly fortunate to have a really, really wonderful chair at Cooperatives UK who backs the whole team, challenges us in everything we do and supports us in everything we do. So just to do the final summary, I'd like to welcome to the stage Cheryl Barrett.
Well, lovely Co-op people, I promise this is the very last goodbye. What an incredible 2 days we've shared here at Co-op Congress, and so special that we've been joined by international guests and now friends from so many countries around the world. I believe it was 45. Cooperation isn't just part of our history, it's a radical solution for the challenges we face today. We've heard that message loud and clear over both days, from a TV star, no less, Steve Coolman, to Perry Blake of 21 Up. I want to talk about some stuff with you later, please don't run away. Movement, and so many others showing what cooperation looks like in action. We've been inspired by Patrick Grant. We had conversations around a more ethical way forward. We've seen international leaders from the Philippines, Africa to Italy. We've stood in solidarity to build peace and development through cooperation. So today we're celebrating our co-op heroes, doing life-changing work in housing, health, media, youth empowerment and tackling modern slavery. We've been challenged to invest in young people and to reimagine the future with them, not for them. Always a favourite of a disabled old bird. And we've marked the International Year of Cooperatives, remembering that our movement is global with over 1 billion members worldwide. And most of all, we've felt the energy in this room. Come on! I know it was the very last goodbye, but we're feeling the energy in this room. And the knowledge that cooperatives are not just organisations, they're movements, and they're movements of people, people who believe in a fairer economy, a fairer society, and I don't want us all to leave without a call to action. So, to take what you've heard today and yesterday, share your ideas, share your stories, share the things that moved you, and look to your communities and ask, what more can we do? Be bold, be pioneering. The Rochdale pioneers didn't wait for permission. They started small, with conviction, and they changed the world. So as Congress comes to a close, let's not just remember these 2 days. Let's make sure we live them by putting cooperative values and principles into action. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the band.
Just don't leave just yet, because what Cheryl doesn't know that we know, it's her birthday today. She didn't tell us, but we found out big birthday for Cheryl. So just to say happy birthday to Cheryl. Okay. And one very obvious final celebration that we all need to do. I always do this at the end of Congress. I get my phone out, so anyone that doesn't like being on photographs, remove yourselves from my view now, because this one's even going to be a video in actual fact. Because I'm going to ask us all to say Happy International Cooperatives Day together. Before we do that, just like I say, when we've finished, if we make our way downstairs, there's more drinks and more celebratory drinks and refreshments available. But to end and to exit us out of this room, on the count of 3, I'm going to ask you to say Happy International Cooperatives Day. 1, 2, 3.